virtual media day. UFC 255 will take place Saturday, November 21st at UFC Apex in Las Vegas, and will stream live on pay-per-view exclusively on ESPN Plus in the US at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, in both English and Spanish. As a reminder, today's virtual media day is being recorded. Please remember to click the attendee icon at the bottom of your screen to reveal the hand icon in the bottom right corner. Click the hand icon if you wish to ask questions, and you will be added to our queue, where we will unmute and announce you when it is your turn. Click the hand icon again when you are finished, or to be removed from the queue. And with that, we will begin taking questions for UFC flyweight champion Deiveson Figueiredo. We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Caveside Press.
Hello, Deiveson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, see, yeah.
Yeah, so my first question, you know what, just talk about it. How has life changed for you since you've become a UFC champion?
O que mudou para você depois que você se tornou campeão do UFC?
Bom, meus treinos aumentaram, né? Essa foi a primeira mudança. E hoje eu consigo ser um profissional completo, cara que treina, vai para casa, se alimenta bem, tem os melhores suplementos. Enfim, muitas coisas mudaram, então bem para melhor.
Everything's changed. I can be a professional fighter. Everything I have, supplement, support is the best you can have. And he's grateful. And looking for continue to be the champion on Saturday.
Has been a hairdresser. Hello?
Yes.
Right. So we know that he used to be a hairstylist. I have to ask, has anybody still tried to ask him to cut their hair or style their hair since he's become the champion?
Todo mundo sabe que você foi cabeleireiro, mas alguém continua te pedindo para você cortar o cabelo, para fazer o estilo no cabelo?
Bom, a única pessoa que me pede muito sou eu mesmo. Eu sou um cara que é bem estiloso, então eu gosto de estar bem apresentável e sempre quero estar melhor, sempre quero estar bem arrumadinho, cabelo. Eu acho que eu me cobro muito, então eu continuo me cobrando muito na área do cabeleireiro.
He to be a real...
I think we were muted. I cannot hear Mr. Ismail's answer. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. We're getting those technical issues figured out.
Sorry about that.
Hear us now?
Can you say something again?
Yes, you can.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, great.
Yes, so I got my question through. I think that we missed from the beginning of your answer, if you can. Thank you.
No problem, I'm gonna repeat. You know, he pushed himself because he has style. He was a hairstylist. And now he pushed himself. He wanna his hair dye okay. You know what I mean? He wanna take care of himself. Nobody asking him, but him asking, he pushed himself to looking good, you know what I mean? Because he liked to be a stylist guy. This is what he answered.
I understand. Deiveson, real quick, very nice glasses on that front. I see you brought the style to Media Day. My final question, this is a big night for the flyweight division. Not too long ago, the division seemed to be in trouble. What does it mean to you to be at the very top of this particular pay-per-view in this event?
Ele tá vendo que você tá com óculos legal, que você realmente cuida do seu estilo. Mas como é para você ser a luta principal de um pay-per-view, que a categoria uma época estava quase para acabar, queriam acabar, mas você trouxe de volta a empolgação para essa categoria. Como é que você se sente estar trazendo de volta a força para essa categoria e sendo a luta principal num pay-per-view?
Bom, digamos que eu sou o vocalista da categoria. Então eu sempre cheguei para dar show, eu cheguei para reanimar a categoria e vocês podem ter certeza. A minha luta de sábado vai ser um show e mais uma vez eu vou provar ao evento que a categoria 57 quilos merece estar sob aplausos.
You know, I am the leader singer of the flyweight division. I come to bring back the excitement for this category. I'm gonna plan to knock out every fight, and he is the leader. Like he said, I am the leader singer of this category, and I'm gonna bring all the audience back for the flyweight division. You guys gonna see on Saturday a great fight. And buy the pay-per-view because you have the best leader singer for this category, the best champion for this category right now.
Hey, thank you and good luck.
We will take the next set of questions from Victor Gonzaga with Super Luchas.
Deiveson, beleza?
Beleza, irmão?
Beleza, Valide, tudo bem aí também, né?
Tudo ótimo, irmão.
Beleza. Recentemente, Deiveson, o Daniel Cormier te elogiou muito, né? E falou que prevê um longo reinado para você na divisão dos moscas. Como que é para você receber esse tipo de elogio de um dos melhores da história do esporte e como trabalhar a cabeça para sempre melhorar a cada luta?
Daniel Cormier, para mim, cara, é um fenômeno do esporte, do MMA, e receber o elogio dele é muito gratificante, eu fico muito feliz e vou mostrar que eu mereço os elogios dele, que eu tenho potencial para dominar a categoria por longo tempo. E, cara, eu sou um cara muito forte para a categoria, então meu reinado vai ser longo, tenho certeza.
Bacana. E nesse sábado você vai enfrentar o Alex Perez, né? E depois de ter passado com facilidade 2 vezes pelo Benavides, que durante anos foi um dos melhores nomes da categoria. Oi? Me ouve? Tá me ouvindo?
Repete, por favor, a pergunta.
Sim. Nesse sábado você vai enfrentar o Perez, né? E depois de ter passado com facilidade 2 vezes pelo Benavides, que durante anos foi um dos melhores da categoria, você avalia o desafio de sábado como mais complicado ou na teoria mais fácil que suas últimas 2 lutas?
Bom, cara, nenhuma luta é fácil, toda luta é perigosa, a gente não pode subestimar ninguém. Mas eu sempre treino para lutar com o melhor. E sábado eu vou fazer a luta se tornar melhor, se tornar fácil para mim.
Bacana. E para encerrar, Deiveson, no UFC 255 você inicialmente ia enfrentar o Garbrandt, né? E ele ainda é um interesse seu de enfrentar ou você tem planos para uma super luta nos galos ou um adversário ainda nos moscas em mente para a sequência?
Bom, 100% Garbrandt, Cerrudo são os caras que eu tenho interesse em enfrentá-los. E tô aí à disposição do Dan. Na hora que ele quiser fechar a luta, eu tô disponível, cara, para dar esse show.
Perfeito. Obrigado, Deiveson. Uma boa luta no sábado para você.
Obrigado, irmão. Wes.
That's all.
And we will take our next set of questions from Flavio Latif with UOL.
Boa tarde, Deiveson. Me ouve?
Sim.
Eu gostaria de saber se você acha que a sua responsabilidade aumenta por ser o único brasileiro homem que tem um título no UFC. Como você se sente em relação a isso?
Bom, cara, a minha responsabilidade, ela sempre estar no topo, irmão. Eu sou um cara muito responsável. E você pode ter certeza, cara. Eu sei da minha responsabilidade e estou aqui para trabalhar muito bem, cara, e mostrar o serviço sábado e mostrar ao público que eu sou o dono da categoria, que eu sou o dono do cinturão. E nada muda, eu só treino muito mais para lutar sempre com o melhor. Ok?
Obrigado.
We will take the next set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Hey, Deiveson, how are you? I wanted to ask, obviously you were originally scheduled to fight Cody Garbrandt, and now you're fighting Alex Perez. Are you happy with the replacement? I know there was also, people were talking about potentially Brandon Moreno stepping up there. Are you happy with ultimately that switch and that opponent that the UFC picked?
Assim, te incomoda, você está feliz com essa mudança de Garbrandt para o Alex Perez? O que você sente sobre isso? Mais ou menos, acho que o ato refuse, correct?
Yeah, if you thought the UFC picked the right opponent, I know there were other contenders at flyweight as well.
Escolheu o oponente certo? Peso mosca para você?
Bom, eu desde o início sempre falei, Garbrandt tem que baixar para lutar com alguém, mas se realmente o Dana acha que ele tem que lutar comigo, que ele venha, eu estou preparado para lutar, seja com quem for, ele ou o Cerrudo, eu estou preparado. Mas eu achei uma luta boa, eu achei o correto trazer alguém na minha categoria para lutar comigo, e eu tô feliz, cara, eu tô feliz, vai ser mais uma luta, sábado, enfrentar o Perez e qualquer um que viesse, Perez ou qualquer um que fosse da minha categoria, eu ficaria feliz do mesmo jeito.
You know, for me, he really think Garbrandt need to fight somebody first in the flyweight division, but this is what Dana White wanna. You know what I mean? He fight against Garbrandt, fight against Cerrudo, he fight against anyone. Just what's better for UFC. But he thinks right. You know what I mean? It's good bringing somebody from his weight class, like Alex Perez. This is the right thing to do. But at the end of the day, he knows it's important to do like a super fight. He can fight anyone Dana White wanna hit him to fight. He ready to reign to be the champion for a long time in the flyweight division.
We've never seen Cody Garbrandt at 125 pounds. Do you think that fight actually happens? Do you actually think you two will meet one day at 125?
Ninguém nunca viu o Garbrandt na flyweight division, na tua divisão, tu é campeão. Você acha que um dia essa luta vai acontecer?
Eu espero que aconteça a luta, e eu estou bem animado para que isso aconteça, mas primeiro ele tem que provar que bate peso. Bater o peso na minha categoria é bem difícil, então ele tem que provar. Eu estou à disposição dele, a hora que fecharem a luta, eu quero essa luta.
You know, I think it's hard he's gonna get flyweight division, but if he go to flyweight division, he's gonna be happy to fight against Cody Garbrandt, and you know, this is a business. If the guy gets his weight class, he's gonna be happy to fight Cody in the future.
And lastly, it was reported that Jussier Formiga was released from the promotion. That's the only person you've lost to in your professional career. Wondering if there's maybe a little bit of disappointment on that, the fact that at least for the near future, you're not going to be able to get to avenge that defeat.
Tá perguntando, Jussier Formiga foi dispensado pelo UFC. Fica chateado que tu não vai lutar com esse cara tão cedo, assim, não vai mais lutar com ele?
Jussier Formiga foi só o cara que acordou, o cara perigoso que estava dormindo dentro de mim, entendeu? Eu não vejo uma outra luta com ele. E se realmente acontecesse, eu ia nocautear ele. Em 1 ou 2 minutos do primeiro round, eu nocautearia ele.
You know, I don't see this fight coming in the near future. José Formiga just was the guy wake up the lion, wake up the... Acordou
Acordou o cara perigoso que estava dormindo nesse meio.
José Formiga just wake up the danger guy inside of him. You know what I mean? After the José Formiga fight, he become very professional and make him stronger than ever.
Thank you. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deiveson. Unfortunately, that is all the time we have for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you guys. Take it easy. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC women's flyweight Ariane Lipski. We now welcome UFC women's flyweight Ariane Lipski. Ariane, thank you for the time today.
Hi, thank you.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Okay.
Hello, Ariane. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi. So you're coming off that nice win on Fight Island. Was the mood any different for this camp compared to your other UFC fights? Because now you finally got that victory that you really wanted in UFC?
So for I think that training camp that we had was the best of that all the training camps. You know, I feel so prepared. After my last fight, I didn't stop to work, and just 1 week I rest a little, and then I get back to training because we knew that I would fight against Antonina. So I'm trained. I have trained all this year to fight against a left opponent that is lefty. So I feel very prepared for that, and I'm very happy of the work that my team are doing.
To go back to the submission, it's been a few months, and your knee bar now, the year's almost over. People are saying submission of the year. Maybe you and Mackenzie Dern both had the good knee bars. Do you feel like you got that one locked in? Do you feel like that one is going to take it at the end of the year?
Yes, was a very different submission because was a counterattack. counter-attack. She was attacking me, and then I attack her, and I don't know if the best submission of the year, but for me is let's see what the people are thinking.
You obviously want to be the champion, and fighting Antonina specifically this Saturday when her big sister is going to fight later in the night, do you feel like that helps you? Because obviously if you have a good performance, it kind of sets the story. You're sending the message to the big sister the same night. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, so I think this fight is a very important for me. It's a very good challenge in my career. After my last fight, I told I'm looking to the ranking, and I think Antonina is a good name, to fight. So she's sister of the champion. She's left, is a similar game. It's not the same, but it's a similar. And it depends how the fight's going. It's going, But I expect to win this fight like very clear. I wanna win this fight by KO or submission, and after that, I'm gonna to the top. Let's see what UFC will give me. But I want the belt. Everyone's gonna be the champion, but I feel prepared for that. I'm very confident in the job that my team are doing, that my head coach Renato Silva is doing with me. He's making me a very good fighter, and I'm feeling my best moment. I feel next year gonna be my year.
Thank you, Ariane, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
We will take the next set of questions from Diego Ribas with AG Fight.
Alô, Ariane?
Oi, tudo bem?
Tudo bem, tá me ouvindo bem?
Tô ouvindo bem.
Maravilha. A primeira pergunta que eu queria te fazer é se agora com 2 vitórias, né, principalmente essa última que foi um pouco mais impactante, te dá mais tranquilidade para trabalhar no UFC, né? Você que se disse que tinha 2 derrotas no evento.
Então, né, antes já da luta contra a Luana, eu já tava, né, já tinha tirado esse peso, né, do contrato, de renovar o contrato, porque no ano passado eu fiz 3 lutas, né, e na terceira luta eu tava, assim, um pouco insegura, né, falei, nossa, eu posso perder o contrato com o UFC, mas depois veio a vitória, né, e renovamos o contrato, então, assim, eu tava já confiante, falei, tô com um contrato novo, vou chegar lá e vou mostrar agora tudo que eu tenho para mostrar, e também do tempo de trabalho que a gente estava fazendo, né? Eu não estava mais com lesão, então a confiança ela veio vindo cada vez mais e ela está cada vez crescendo mais, ainda mais depois da minha última luta, né? Que fazia um tempo que eu não ganhava assim no primeiro round, e é muito bom você reviver esse sentimento, só dá mais força de vontade para você querer ir na próxima luta e fazer a mesma coisa.
Certo, e agora falando da sua oponente, as credenciais dela na luta em pé principalmente chamam a atenção, né? Você que também tem um background na luta em pé. Como você analisa ela como adversária e como você analisa esse casamento de estilos?
Bom, a Antonina é uma atleta striker, ela é experiente, né? E foi bem o tipo de luta que a gente estava querendo para mostrar, né, o meu striking, para conseguir mostrar o meu striking no UFC, que eu ainda não consegui mostrar. E o quanto eu tenho evoluído o trabalho, né, que o meu time, que o meu treinador Renato Silva tem feito comigo. Eu estou me sentindo bem confiante na parte em pé, mas também na parte de grappling. Eu estou entrando, MMA, estou entrando para definir. Como eu falei, a Antonina ela tem essa experiência em pé, mas eu tenho mais experiência de MMA. Então eu sinto como se eu fosse uma atleta mais completa do que ela, e como se ela tivesse que se preocupar com mais armas. Eu tenho mais armas, ela tem que se preocupar com mais coisas do que eu tenho que me preocupar. Eu sei que ela tem bons chutes, ela tem um clinch, mas eu também chuto, eu também tenho um clinch, mas eu tenho uma mão muito pesada e eu tenho um grappling que é pra finalizar, que se ela marcar eu vou acabar com a luta. E então é isso, eu quero mostrar que eu tô preparada, eu vejo ela como um desafio que eu quero superar, que eu vou superar para mostrar que eu tô preparada pro ranking.
Eu ia te perguntar exatamente isso. Onde você se acha superior a ela? Você poderia dizer alguma brecha específica que você possa aproveitar no jogo dela?
Acho que principalmente a minha mão, né? Eu tenho a mão pesada e ela não troca, ela fica bastante ali nos chutes, ela dá socos isolados, e quando gruda, e quando chega na curta distância para trocar, ela já segura no clinch. Acredito que isso é uma arma muito forte, ela sabe disso, todos os meus oponentes, né, elas fogem da minha mão, porque elas sabem que eu tenho a mão pesada, então eu acredito que essa é uma grande arma, e também o jiu-jitsu, né, ela não tem muito jiu-jitsu, e meu jiu-jitsu eu estou muito confiante. O trabalho que a minha equipe e o meu time tem feito comigo tem me deixado muito confiante para ir para o chão sem medo, sabe? Só para chegar e soltar, porque eu sei que eu posso acabar com a luta ali também.
Maravilha, você curitibana, Jennifer Maia curitibana, enfrentando os dois irmãos do Quirquistão. Como é que você se placar Curitiba versus Quirquistão?
Olha, eu quero que seja 2-0, né? A gente tá bem confiante. Eu tô vendo as entrevistas da Jennifer Maia e os treinos dela. Ela tá bem preparada, ela tá bem confiante. Mas as lutas dependem de várias situações, né? No caso dela, depende de como. A gente não sabe como a Valentina vai voltar depois da lesão, né? A gente nunca viu a Valentina depois de uma lesão. Então, eu acho que isso é algo que pode ser muito favorável para Jennifer Maia. E sem falar da raça curitibana, né? Que isso não tem como conquistar. Só quem nasce de lá mesmo, só quem bebe da fonte de lá é que tem essa trocação. Então acredito no placar de 2-0 do Brasil contra a Quirguistão.
Finalizar então, a Antonina é número 15 do ranking, uma vitória dessa, você acha que automaticamente te garante finalmente no ranking?
Acredito sim, porque né, eu estou vindo de 2 vitórias. Ela é uma atleta que acabou de lutar com a top 3, né? Que é a Katlyn Chookagian, então, com certeza, acredito que uma vitória bem limpa em cima dela vai me colocar no ranking, cada vez mais próximo do meu real objetivo, que é o cinturão.
Maravilha, that's it, guys. Thank you very much. Obrigadão, viu?
Obrigadão, tchau, tchau.
And we will take our next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Notima MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Ariane, can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask you is if you're coming from 2 big wins, so your confidence getting into this fight?
Yes, I feel very confident, it's not only because I won my 2 last fights, it's because I feel prepared of my training camp, I have trained very hard for this fight, and I'm confident in the job that my team and my head coach, Renato Silva, are making with me. My last, the training camp for this fight was so hard, but was so good, I feel so strong, so prepared for this fight. So I just want to go there and show everything that I'm improving my game.
Okay, I get it. So where do you think Antonina is more dangerous?
I think she had a good kicks and she had a good clinch, but I think both these things is her good things, I have to take care of her legs, but I think I have more keys to win this fight. I have hands, I kick too, I have clinch, and I had grappling. I have a very good grappling. So I think she have to think about the things that I can put her in a dangerous situation.
Okay, you have more wins by knockout and by submission than her. So do you think you are better than Antonina in every area of the game?
Sorry, can you repeat again? I didn't understand very well.
Yeah, you have more wins by knockout than her and more wins by submission than her. So do you think that you are better than Antonina in every area of the game?
So I think this is my style, I just go to fight to finish the fight as soon as possible. Is like I like to fight, And if I don't, it's a different style, She's more showing more by points, and I'm more dangerous because I can finish with the fight like the first round, the second round, the third round, and by KO or by submission or by point, because in KSW I fought 5 rounds when I was champion. So I have a good condition, I am stronger, I feel very prepared, I have a good technique. So yes, I think I'm a better fighter than her.
Okay, so my last question is, would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans?
For Polonia?
Ecuadorian fans from Ecuador.
Sorry? Ecuadorian fans. Okay, sorry. Okay. Hi guys, Ariane Lipski here. Thank you so much for all the support. Saturday I'm gonna show that I'm prepared to the ranking. I'm gonna put everything there. I'm fight with my heart, so don't blink because I can finish with the fight as soon that you think.
Obrigado, Ariane, and good luck on your fight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariane. That is all the time we had for you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC middleweight Jordan Wright. We now welcome UFC middleweight Jordan Wright. Jordan, thank you for the time today, sir.
Cool, yeah, thank you for having me.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cage Side Press.
Hey, Jordan, I know you're not intimidated seeing Joaquin Buckley's knockout, but I do want to know, what did you think of watching that one back?
It was pretty cool. Honestly, it was really awesome. I myself have a lot of pretty cool knockouts and submissions and finishes, so I thought it was really awesome.
Obviously, he's got a lot of hype right now, but you're undefeated yourself. Is it on your mind like, hey, I get this one, I'm going to steal his thunder in 2020, or are you not a guy that lets all that get into your head?
I really like testing myself against the best guys in the world, and Joaquin is a really good fighter, and I just want to showcase that I have what it takes to up myself and beat him and get to that next level.
Talking about yourself a little more, you've had just this pretty nice resurgence since Contender Series, obviously still undefeated, and now you're in the UFC and you got a big fight. Can you just describe for yourself what this year has been like for you?
It's been really awesome. I had my fight in January in the LFA against Gabriel Checo, and then I took the fight against Villanueva on short notice, and then they asked me to come do this about a month ago. So I'm always ready, and I'm confident in myself and very positive that I can keep the ball rolling.
What's it like for you to be a young guy and you get to the UFC and all of this attention now starts to come with it? Social media, I'm sure more people reach out to you just because. What's all that like to be coming up and be in this spot?
I think I can handle that stuff pretty well. I've always been pretty good at separating, my personal life from the social media life and not getting too wrapped up on what goes on online or what people are saying about me and all that stuff.
Gotcha. Well, hey, thank you, Jordan. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
We will take the next set of questions from Jim Barcelone with the Miami Herald.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious, how did you train for this one? Where was the training at for you? And did you have to navigate anything because of COVID? Or has it just become routine in training?
So, of course, we've made some adjustments because of COVID, but I've done most of my training in Los Angeles, California at Dynamics MMA, as well as Marumbi Jiu-Jitsu in Ventura, California. And it's been fantastic. Great training partners, great coaching. I've got a lot going on for me.
What made you decide to take this career path into MMA?
Honestly, I've been a martial artist my whole life. I've been an athlete my whole life. And it just seemed like sort of the next step for me. Like I always, I did gymnastics when I was younger. I got into karate. I started doing Muay Thai, and I just had that thirst to compete.
How big is this for you and also your family to be a part of UFC and also this event?
They're really proud. It's great for me because it's sort of one of those things that's meant to happen, you know, and they're just so proud. They really get behind me. I love my family, and they're just, yeah, really, really.
And lastly, for me, you're known as the Beverly Hills Ninja.
Yes.
Are you a Chris Farley fan?
Oh, heck yeah. Big time. I saw the movie when I was in theaters, actually, when I was just a little kid. That was, yeah. I probably shouldn't have been taken to that movie, but oh well.
That's awesome, man. Good for you. All right, hey, all the best, okay?
Thank you, sir.
And we will take our next set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 40 Win Podcast.
Hi, Jordan. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Yeah. No, I got the time, so I'm willing to share it.
That's the spirit. Well, you've been in karate since 9 years, and since you're 9, you have a great experience in Muay Thai as well, which reflects on your record with 6 TKOs, KOs. But you also have multiple victories by submission. I would love to know how you're preparing that aspect, and how well do you feel if this goes to the ground and you need to exchange in the grappling department?
I'm supremely confident. My grappling is also a very strong aspect of my game. Of course, I've been doing striking for pretty much my whole entire life, but I've been doing jiu-jitsu and wrestling since I was a teenager. So it's fine.
Oh yeah, you're back. Sorry, I just lost the video feed. Now I got it back. No, but I totally heard what you had to say.
Answer that again.
It's okay. Don't worry. Well, you're right now you're in Dynamics in Los Angeles with kickboxers such as your partner Lucas Drew. Can you talk to me about how much and how better you have gotten thanks to your partners and your trainers over there?
It's taken me to another level. You know, I'm training with specialists who are like only training what they do, and it's really like even when they're tired, it can be like a Shark Tank sometimes, just how high level they are. So I'm super thankful to have such great training partners who spend all of their time training a specific aspect when I'm training all of the time in multiple. So it's a great confidence booster, and it really sharpens my skills.
You've also been in Jackson Winklejohn when you shared with legends such as John Jones or Carlos Condit, and you also had a few opportunities to share with Anderson Silva. I would love to know which aspects of this experience have shaped you as a UFC fighter, and how all of this has played in your UFC career.
I spent about 8 years at Jackson Wink, and it makes it tough training over there. You know, they're tough guys, and there are a lot of high-level guys over there. And I'm really thankful to have been able to train with John and Carlos and Cowboy and all those guys for so many years. And I trained with Anderson Silva just once, but he's great as well. He really, I had, a good amount of questions to ask him when I had the opportunity to do so. And he was one of my heroes coming up in this sport when I was just a kid, 16 years old, watching him. You know, he was very inspirational. And I take a lot of positivity from these experiences.
That's awesome to know, Jordan. Well, best of luck in your fight, and hopefully we get to talk again. Thank you so much.
Yep, you have a good one.
Thank you so much, Jordan. Those are all the questions we have for you, sir. You are good to go.
Cool. Awesome.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC flyweight Brandon Royval. Sorry, my mistake. Next up, we will be joined by UFC flyweight Cynthia Calvillo. We now welcome the number 4 ranked UFC women's flyweight contender in the world, Cynthia Calvillo. Cynthia, thank you for the time.
And no problem.
We will take the first set of questions from. We'll take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cape Side Press.
Hello, Cynthia. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. It's fight week, so I'm stoked. I made it.
Awesome. Cynthia, I'm going to start with a very blunt one. We know that Jennifer Maia has missed weight in the past several times. How much is it in your mind something might happen and they call you to step in for Saturday?
I'll be ready. I'm always ready. So that's definitely something I have, in the back of my head if it happens. I never want to look past my opponent and, Katlyn's the task at hand. But if they tell me, hey, Jennifer can't make it to the fight, you got to step in, I'm all in.
This is your second consecutive fight at flyweight in the UFC. Can you just talk about how this camp went, how your body felt staying at 125 for this one?
Man, to be honest, it's been amazing coming up back to 25s. They feed me a lot, so it's really different to be able to fuel my body for performance versus fueling my body to make weight. And to do that before the fight, it can mess with your head a lot, especially if you have rough weight cuts and you're like, oh, I got to go on there. Am I going to really be able to push the pace that I want? If this weight cut's going to be an issue. And, stressors, they affect us physically, not just mentally. So it's been such a big game changer. I feel really good that I can put all my focus in training.
Katlyn Chookagian's making a kind of quick turnaround from her last fight. Do you expect her to fight any differently coming off of that last one, or do you expect her to be more of the same of what we've seen?
Obviously, the way that she lost, it really unfortunate, which was like a body shot. And I feel like most fighters, when they get finished with the body shot or the fight gets stopped, it's hard because it's not like they got super beat up, and it really happened in the first round. So you just want to get back in there and make it right. So I'm expecting her, for sure, she's not going to come out reckless or anything, but she's going to come out sharp and she's going to come out focused to make sure that doesn't happen again. But I'm ready for it. I'm not expecting an easy fight. I think that she's going to do her best to try to make that loss right.
My final question, and I ask because I'd really like to hear your side of the story. We did hear about Lauren Murphy saying, you know what, I was up for fighting Cynthia. I thought we were going to do this in December. Just, can you give me your side of where the talks were ultimately at for you guys to fight?
I mean, honestly, at this point, she's not even at my concern. This is all, no. They offered the fight to her on the November 21st. She said no. That's all I heard. I didn't hear about any other dates. I don't know any about that. All I heard was that we're trying to get you on November 21st because we have an opening. Do you want to fight Lauren? I said, yes, 100%. Of course I would want to rebook her. I heard she said no. So then they asked Katlyn. Katlyn said yes. And this is what we're doing now. Nothing else matters. The only person that passed by this opportunity was her when she decided to not wait for me. And, I think she also made a mentions as far as me finding a way out to fight her. But how is me taking a fight against someone who's higher ranked than her and also beat her taking the way out? So she's a little bit backwards there. She can just sit down and, think whatever she wants to think.
Understood. Thank you, Cynthia.
We will take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Cynthia. So much changes in this sport so quickly. When I spoke to Valentina a couple months ago, we talked about your fight with Lauren being the number one contender fight. Now here you are a couple months later, you're fighting Katlyn Chookagian. Of course, we got the Jessica Andrade question out there as well. Do you look at this fight as the number one contenders fight? Do you believe a win here should earn you the title shot?
I mean, if we're all good at math, I'd say yes. I mean, I beat the number one contender. I beat the number two contender. I feel like I should be going up, not down. So it's pretty apparent that I should be very deserving of the title shot.
Obviously, I'm sure there's nothing personal with Jessica Andrade over that, but she comes out, she gets a big win. Of course, she's a former champion. Everyone's talking about her. But is there any frustration or anger or just kind of shaking your head that suddenly now she's kind of jumped the line and everyone's saying, she should be the next one in line? Does that frustrate you at all or anger you at all?
Man, not at all. My shot's gonna come. I'm gonna beat these girls. It's gonna come. I'm really not upset about it. I just want to fight Jessica Andrade. She's a real contender. Obviously I want to fight for the title. I'm down to fight her. I'm down to fight whoever I need to fight.
Is there any part of you that kind of relishes the opportunity to fight a contender like Katlyn Chookagian on the same card as the title fight, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if Jennifer Maia doesn't make it to fight, I'm the one that's going to step in. So, obviously there's in talks. There's a reason why I'm fighting on this card. I'm here. I beat the number one contender in my debut. Now I'm going to beat the number two. So, yeah, I mean, it's all good. I think everything's going to be aligned correctly, and I'm going to get that title shot when it's due. But obviously, I feel good about being on the same card as Valentina and Jennifer. In case Jennifer doesn't make it, I'll step in.
Do you feel like, every fight is a chance to make a statement? You had a chance to headline a card in your flyweight debut, and you took out, former title contender. Do you feel like there's a chance to make a bigger statement with this one, considering you are on the same card? If everything goes forward as it's scheduled, Valentina fights Jennifer and you fight Katlyn, do you feel like, beating Katlyn is great, but you want to make a statement with a win over Katlyn?
I mean, absolutely. After what Jessica and Josh did, of course I'd want to do that, it's awesome. I love how exciting this division is getting, exciting fights. And I think that's what you need to do. That's what the fans want, and especially us as fighters, like, man, you want to leave no question to the judges or anybody, because everybody could be watching a different fight, when you go to a decision. But if there's a finish, that's the clear winner right there. There is no question about who the winner is. And so, of course, you want to make sure you make a statement and get those finishes.
And last one for me, going into this weekend outside of your fight with the title fight with Valentina against Jennifer, I saw the odds today. I think right now Valentina is around a 17-1 favorite. So I think a lot of people believe she's going to win. I'll ask for your prediction, but do you see any route that, Jennifer Maia could pull off the upset, or are you kind of in your head thinking it's going to be another Valentina Shevchenko win?
I definitely do think that, I'm in there with, like, everybody else. I do feel like Valentina is going to win this fight. I'm not saying that she's unbeatable or anything like that. I think that just the way that the division is and, like, stylistically, who she's been facing, I feel like, what Jennifer Maia has to offer is obviously dangerous, but Valentina is such a smart fighter and veteran and counter striker. Unless she makes some mistakes herself and somehow ends up on her back, she's obviously she's still pretty scrappy on her back. She's gotten submissions off her back. But, if I'm saying, like, Jennifer Maia just happens to take her down and hold her down, that may be a way for her to beat her, but I don't really see that happening.
Thank you, Cynthia.
We will take our next set of questions from Carlos Contreras with Milenio Diario. Carlos, please go ahead.
Hola, Cynthia, ¿cómo estás?
Hola, buenos días, ¿cómo están?
Bien, cuéntame un poco de cómo fue todo el cambio, porque fue una pelea diferente a la que se cayó en octubre, y hoy estás en esta noche, que ya lo decías, te puede dar la oportunidad de pelear por el título. Si no es con Jennifer Maia fallando en el peso, ganando, seguramente no habrá quien diga que tú no eres la siguiente retadora.
Sí, bueno, claro que sí. La única diferencia fue obviamente que nomás tenemos que tomar en cuenta qué son qué es lo que las fuerzas que tiene Lauren y de lo que tiene Katlyn. Katlyn está más larga, alta, y contra Lauren ella era bien fuerte por ese weight class. Para mí el plan siempre es igual. Las quiero luchar, llegar al suelo, sumisión, o si no, ganar por TKO.
También parece que sería un buen plan para ganarle a Valentina, ¿no?
Sí, claro que sí. Siempre. El plan siempre, no importa si es striker o grappler, para mí los voy a luchar y los quiero bajar al suelo. Ahí es donde yo tengo las mejores fuerzas. Yo creo que tengo el mejor, puedo luchar y soy la mejor grappler de esa división.
Decías hace un instante que veías muy difícil que Jennifer Maia lo podía lograr. ¿Cómo o piensas que tú sí en algún momento puedes hacerlo con Valentina, que ha mostrado muy buena defensa en el piso?
Sí, pero yo creo que soy muy diferente. Yo me puedo mover más rápido que las demás que están en esa división. Subiendo de peso de strawweight a flyweight, yo tengo la ventaja de estar más rápido, Y luego yo nomás creo que tengo el mejor grappling para MMA. No es como tradicional y yo creo que ahí me da la ventaja contra todos los que están en mi división.
Muchas gracias, Cynthia, y suerte el sábado.
Gracias.
And we will take our next set of questions from Sumik Dada with Sports Kita.
Hi, Cynthia. Hope you're doing well.
Hi. Yes, I am.
So you're obviously scheduled to fight at UFC 254, then wait till UFC 255 to see how Valentina Shevchenko versus Jennifer Maia would play out. But of course, after everything that happened in the past few weeks, here you are sharing the same card with Valentina. Now, do you feel that you'll have to prove a point to the champion this weekend?
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like me just coming into the flyweight division, even after my last fight, yeah, I beat the number one contender, but people are still in question just because it was a short notice fight. And, I don't think they saw the best Cynthia. They didn't see the best Jessica I during those times. But I feel like, I got to remind people, I am, dangerous in the division. I am someone who's, deserving of a title shot. So I definitely feel like I got to make a statement, especially after Jessica Andrade came in here, took out the number one contender in the first round. Like, I got to do it too. I can't just slide by and get these wins. You got to make a statement every single time.
So speaking of UFC 254, you were obviously scheduled to fight Lauren Murphy there, but then she went on and got a good win for herself. Now, would you be interested in rebooking that fight after this weekend?
No, not really. I mean, if she's in the way, if that's who UFC wants me to fight for a title, then cool. But if not, no. Why would I give her a shot to fight someone who's higher ranked after she passed me? Like, I don't know her anything. If she gets up there and wins like gets another win against another top 5 ranked opponent for her to make her argument for the title, cool. But after her last win, I don't think she has an argument. She went on vacation, got an easy paycheck against a very beatable girl that I've trained with before, who Lauren should have finished in the first round. So Lauren who?
And you mentioned in the past that your goal was always to win the strawweight title, and you consider that to be the toughest women's division right now. But of course, the flyweight division is no less dangerous. And with the exception of the champion, do you think there's anyone who holds a tough competition from the division right now?
Man, we got some good girls that came in now. So I would say definitely before at the flyweight division, it wasn't as stacked before, but it's shaping up nicely. I mean, we got Jessica Andrade, Alexa Grasso is coming out. Then, Macy Barber too, who's coming off of an injury. We have the flyweight division is definitely shaping up very nicely, and I'm super stoked. At first, I was a little bit stubborn. I didn't want to leave the strawweight division, but I'm super excited to be in this division, not only because we have one of the most dominant champions, female champions, but also because of all the rest of amazing fighters that are coming into that division.
Okay, and lastly for me, do you think a win this weekend puts you in prime position to challenge for the title next?
Absolutely. I beat the number one contender. I'm going to beat the number 2 contender. So I definitely feel like I'm the one next in line for a title shot.
Well, awesome, and good luck for your fight this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. That is all the time we had for you.
All right. Hey.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC light heavyweight Mauricio Shogun Rua. We now welcome the former UFC champion and number 14 ranked UFC light heavyweight contender, Mauricio Shogun Rua. Mauricio, thank you for the time today, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for support.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cage Side Press.
Hello, Shogun. It's been a year since the last fight. You've had such a long career. Why was it important to you to get this rematch with Paul Craig?
Ano da primeira luta com o Craig, você teve uma carreira muito longa. O que você...
Eu acho que é uma das duas que eu sei que uma hora ia acontecer, né? Por causa do resultado que deu empate, né? Então, veio até rápido. Eu imaginei que ia durar um pouco mais, mas eu tô feliz com essa luta.
Well, that's a rematch that I knew was going to eventually happen because we drew our last fight. And as a matter of fact, it happened even a little faster than I expected. But I'm very happy that this fight is taking place.
You said after the last fight that you felt like you maybe fight 2 or 3 more times. Can you confirm, will you fight again after this fight with Paul Craig, or will you make that decision after the fight?
Uhum. Na verdade, eu sempre encaro a próxima luta como se fosse a última. Mas eu não sei ao certo a hora que eu vou parar. Eu tô no final da minha carreira, devo fazer umas 2 lutas e parar. Mas assim, não sei certo o número exato ainda.
Oh, actually, every time I go into a fight, I look at my upcoming fight as the most important thing, kind of my last one. But I really don't think about it and don't make plans on when I'm going to retire or how many fights I'll do. I'll just take it a fight at a time. And after the fight, I'll think about it. But I'm happy to continue with my career for now.
You became very well known being a part of Shoot the Box in Brazil. I want to ask Jennifer Maia, who trains out of Shoot the Box, is fighting for the title on Saturday. Just what do you think about her fight and how she's representing the team?
Eu acho ela muito boa, uma atleta top. Há muitos anos ela se desponta, começou em Curitiba a despontar. Eu acho que ela tem grandes chances de ganhar o cinturão e representar o shootbox em alto estilo.
Well, I think she's a great fighter. She's a top athlete. She has been standing out for quite a while already, standing out in Curitiba. And I think she represents Shoot the Box very well and has all the tools to represent Shoot the Box in excellent style and excellent fashion in this fight. And hopefully bring the belt to Curitiba.
My final question, another of his countrymen retired, Anderson Silva. I just wanted his thoughts on the fight and just his career. You know, obviously they were also coming up at the same time in Pride too.
Silva, uma outra lenda, né? Se aposentou. O que você pensa da carreira dele?
Eu acho que ele fez uma carreira brilhante. Ele foi o grande campeonista do UFC e parou na hora certa. Eu acho que cada um parou a hora que quiser, né? Ele provavelmente certo, que eu tenho certeza que ele não vai se arrepender de ter parado hoje.
Well, surely Anderson had a brilliant career. He was the biggest champion ever in the UFC. And I mean, I'm sure he knew when to stop. So he's stopping because that's his decision. So you got to respect that. And I'm sure he's not going to regret it because he had a brilliant career.
Thank you, Shogun.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Mike Bond with USA Today.
Hey, Shogun, this is the 7th rematch you've had in your career. You're 5-1, and the only loss was to Dan Henderson in a fight you were doing very well in. What makes you so good in the rematches?
A 7ª revanche, está 5-1 em revanche, então a única derrota. Indo bem. O que faz de você tão bom nas revanches?
Eu acho que a revanche você consegue estudar melhor do adversário, né? Tanto você quanto ele, né? E, eu não sei. Na verdade, me estudo bem. Se Deus quiser, eu vou conseguir vencer mais uma revanche sábado.
Well, I think when you do a rematch, you're able to study your opponent a little better. He, of course, can study better as well, but I don't really know. But I'm happy with it, and I hope that I'll be able to win one more rematch on Saturday.
When you look back at the first fight, what do you think you have to do different in this one to make it a clear win?
Eu acho que tem que ser mais contundente, talvez ser mais contundente, né? E vencer melhor os rounds, né? Eu acho que é isso que tem que fazer.
Well, I think I need to be more decisive and make the rounds a little more clear. That's basically what I have to do.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the time.
We will take the next set of questions from Carlos Contreras with Milenio Diario. Carlos, please go ahead.
Mauricio, good afternoon. This is, this is like something pending that you have in particular, but it's also what the fans want to see what happened. How much are you expecting this fight against Craig again?
Eu espero uma luta dura, eu sei que ele é um cara bom, um cara grande da categoria. Eu espero o melhor dele, espero vencê-lo.
Well, I expect a tough fight. I know he's a tough guy, a tall, big guy for the weight class, and a dangerous fighter. So I expect a tough fight, and I expect to beat him.
And you're still big among the fans, not only Brazilian fans. So how do you feel to still be part of a big pay-per-view event and having all this love from the fans, not only from Brazil, as I said?
Ele tem muito carinho dos fãs, não só do Brasil, mas do inteiro. Está aí ainda hoje num grande pay-per-view, sempre né, e tal. Como que se sente de ter até hoje esse carinho, esse reconhecimento no Brasil?
Eu fico feliz e com certeza meus fãs são minha maior motivação.
Well, no, I get very happy and surely my fans are my biggest source of motivation.
Obrigado, Mauricio.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Shogun. The last fight with Paul Craig ended in a split draw. And we have a lot of debates about judging in this sport. Kind of a two-part question. What did you think of that score? And do you have problems with some of the scoring we've seen in MMA, some of the judging we see in MMA?
Maurício, a sua última luta com o Paul Craig teve um placar meio controverso aí, né, nos jurados, meio controverso. O que você acha dos julgamentos no MMA em geral? Você acha que ainda tem muitos errados ou falta de critério? Como você vê isso?
Eu acho que sim, eu acho que não consigo entender dar empate essa luta. Acho que eu venci, todo mundo achou isso, mas eu acho que realmente eu não sei qual critério eles avaliaram quem deu o empate, né? Mas eu estou aqui para provar que posso vencê-lo mais uma vez.
Yes, for sure. I didn't agree with the result. I think I won the fight. A lot of people think I won the fight. And it's very hard to understand the criteria and to understand what criteria led them to score a draw in that fight. There's no consistency. But I'm here to prove that I can beat him, and that's that.
Is there any part of you that misses the Pride style of scoring where it's scored on the entire fight versus round by round that we have here, in the United States and a lot of other commissions around the world now?
Você de alguma forma sente saudade do julgamento do Pride que considerava a luta como um todo, ao invés de round a round, como é no Estados Unidos?
Sim, eu acho que o jeito mais justo de avaliar a luta é a luta num contexto geral, não round a round, porque tem pessoas que lutam com essas regras, então eu acho que o mais justo é avaliar num contexto geral.
Yes, actually, yes. I think it's a more fair, if you can say, situation to evaluate the fight as a whole, because when you look at the fight as a whole context, it gives you a better notion of who was better, and some guys are able to fight within the rules and exploit this round by round and quick a little edge, So, yes, I think the overall judgment it's more fair and indicative of what's happening in the fight.
And Shogun, you've mentioned, obviously where you're at in your career, but you're a guy that has fought so many great fighters and been around for so long. And when you look at a lot of the guys you fought or fought alongside in those Pride days, they've retired, they've walked away. What is it that you've been able to do that you're still able to not only compete, but to compete at this level? I mean, obviously still, ranked light heavyweight, at this stage when so many of your peers, your contemporary, the guys around you are not around anymore.
A maioria dos seus contemporâneos tiveram sucesso, teve uma carreira brilhante, enfrentou tantos atletas. A maioria dos seus contemporâneos hoje já se aposentou ou não consegue mais estar no topo, estar em eventos grandes, ou contra ranqueado e tal. E você está ali até hoje ranqueado e lutando e ganhando. O que você acha que você fez de diferente ou faz de diferente que você consegue estar até hoje, né, em alto nível? Os contemporâneos acabaram não conseguindo.
Eu acho que a minha equipe, que é a grande responsável, e a minha dedicação, acho. São essas duas coisas. Eu acho que não é fácil estar no topo desde 2005, praticamente. Então, eu sou um cara muito realizado com a minha carreira e grato a Deus por tudo que Deus me deu.
Oh, I think my team and my own dedication are the biggest key factors that made me continue to be relevant and compete at high level after so many years. It's not easy to be on the top of the game since 2005, pretty much, for that long. And I think, but I'm very happy with my career and very thankful to God and to everything the sport has been giving me and being able to continue to do it at this level.
And last question, Shogun, taking yourself out of the conversation because you're a legend in your own right, there's been a lot of discussion lately about who is the greatest mixed martial artists of all time. John Jones, Khabib Nurmagomedov, George St. Pierre, Fedor Emelianenko. As a guy who has fought in all eras of the sport and fought around so many great fighters and done so many things in your career, I'm curious, who do you believe is the greatest mixed martial artist of all time, in your opinion?
Muita especulação sobre quem é o maior de todos os tempos, né? A gente acha que é o Pedro, a gente quer o Anderson, o Jones, o Pierre, etc e tal. Na sua opinião, quem você considera, se você considera o maior lutador de MMA?
Eu botaria o Fedor.
Well, I would say Fedor Emelianenko.
Thank you, Shogun.
Thank you.
And we will take the last set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 4 to Win podcast.
Hey, Shogun, how you doing? Do you hear me?
Good, and you?
I'm doing fantastic. How you doing, Eduardo? Good to see you as well.
Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you.
There has been a lot of adaptation in the UFC rules compared to the Pride rules. Is there any rule would you like to see back in the octagon like in the Pride days?
Tem muita diferença de regra entre o Pride e o UFC. Tem alguma regra do Pride e qual que eu gostaria de trazer de...
Sim, os pisões de meta.
Yes, the soccer kicks and the foot stomps in the ground.
Well, you are a former light heavyweight champion of the world and 2005 middleweight Grand Prix champion. Could you talk about what does that mean to you?
Você é um cara que foi campeão do Pride GP e campeão do UFC.
Meu sonho realizado, com certeza, e nada melhor do que isso, realizar um grande sonho.
Well, that represents to have my dream fulfilled. I think nothing is more important or nothing is better than being able to fulfill our dreams, and I'm blessed.
As you have noticed, me and my colleagues have been asking a lot about the old days and reminiscing about all your good fights. Why do you think that is? What do you think the people has such a love for that era?
Nota que muitas perguntas estão sendo feitas sobre o seu passado e as lutas do passado, não só suas, de outros atletas e tal. Você acha que as pessoas têm uma saudosismo, uma nostalgia tão grande com essa época do MMA?
Eu acho que era uma época que era mais dinâmico, né? E era mais selvagem o esporte. Né? Então, acho que por isso, hoje em dia, muitas pessoas lutam com as regras debaixo do braço. Né? Então, eu acho que é por isso que tem um carinho pelo pessoal de antigamente.
Well, I think those were great days. That was a great time for the sport, and especially because it was a little bit more of a wild game in the sport still. And that led to some more exciting and memorable moments. Nowadays, a lot of fighters fight with the rule book, on their arms and trying to quick decisions. So back then everything was more raw, and I think that led to more bigger emotions, and people still relate to them.
I see. Well, Shogun, thank you for such an amazing career, and I'm looking forward to see you compete on Saturday. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mauricio. That is all the questions we had for you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC flyweight Brandon Royval. We now welcome the number 6th ranked UFC flyweight contender in the world, Brandon Royval. Brandon, thank you for the time today, sir.
Thank you, brother.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cape Side Press.
Hey, Brandon, good to talk to you again, man.
You too, brother.
Can you tell us the story? You're coming off that big win over Kaikar France on the island. Then they tell you, hey, Brandon Moreno, big night in the flyweight division. Just tell me how it all went down.
Oh, just finessing in Fight Island. I was stuck on Fight Island for like 2 weeks after that. Not stuck, but like I was on Fight Island to go corner another teammate. And I heard about the fight, and I was just finessing everywhere I can to try to get it. So yeah, mainly just trying to pull some strings, and I don't know. As soon as I heard it, just reached out to my manager and tried to get him to pull those strings right away, and got lucky, man.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
Since the last fight, I imagine all of the attention, all of just the media attention and fans, I'm assuming, reaching out to you on social media, all of it's increased. Can you describe what that's like for a young guy? I mean, earlier in the year, you're still doing your thing in LFA, and now, you might be one win away from being the next title challenger.
Surreal, man. Talking to you, this whole entire experience is surreal. I just saw Shogun, man. I'm just trying not to fan out and try to get a picture with them, try to act cool, So I don't know. It's just surreal, man. And I'm just appreciating every moment of this experience, and just taking it all in, man. Like I said, 6 months ago, I was working a full-time job, and I don't know, man. It's just crazy to be here right now and see Shogun, all this stuff, man.
I imagine that's pretty cool the first time. What was your full-time job before you were doing MMA, or before you were fighting full-time and that you could hold it down there?
I worked at a juvenile correction facility, which was like the greatest job for a flyweight MMA fighter.
Did you ever have to put the MMA skills to keep people in line?
Yeah. It's a job that sometimes you have to use a little bit of you have to restrain sometimes, because I don't know, they fight each other a lot. There's a lot of gang activity in there, and there's a lot of conflict that comes along with it. And having an MMA background and just the skill set to go in there, and if I had to restrain somebody, I had that skill set to do it and not hurt anybody and not harm anybody. But also I had that confidence of just being able to fight and being able to take a punch and all that stuff that I could avoid it really well, and I didn't have to escalate a situation because I was afraid of it. It's not, fighting was obviously nothing foreign to me. So when conflict arose, I was never really too afraid that that would escalate a situation. Sometimes if you're afraid in there, you raise your voice, and your voice is kind of you know what I'm saying? So it kind of escalates situations, and me being able to be calm in that situation always led to being able to talk a lot of kids down. And I don't know, I feel like I'm a pretty relaxed person as it is. So I had that ability to kind of just avoid conflict in there more than anything because of it.
Understood. My final question, obviously this is still a big fight. What are your thoughts on Brandon Moreno as an opponent and what he brings to the table?
Brandon Moreno is like, I don't know. I was just telling someone just a minute ago that like I have to fight like all the coolest flyweights, man. I have to fight Tim Elliott, Kai Kara-France, and Brandon Moreno. And like as like a fan of this sport, like I feel like I wouldn't even be rooting for me in these fights. Like I'm fighting all these cool guys and like I don't know. I just saw Brandon Moreno and like I don't know. He's just I don't know. I'm fighting all the cool opponents. He's so good. And he's good everywhere. And he's just like, he brings it. He has that like Mexican heart and that Mexican mentality of like move forward, throw bombs and take risks. And I just have an amazing opponent in front of me and amazing person to kind of stay motivated. And I don't know. I like honestly just can't believe all this.
Well, good luck, Brandon. Thank you for the time.
I appreciate that, bro.
We will take the next set of questions from Sumik Dada with Sportskeeda.
Hey Brandon, I hope you're doing well.
I am. Thank you. I hope you are too.
I'm good. So you've been one of the breakout stars of the UFC this year, and it's taken you less than a year to make this meteoric rise in the flyweight division, and now you're a top contender as well. How would you describe this rise of yours?
I don't know. Like I said, just general disbelief. Like when people say you're number 6 in the world, I'm like, yeah, right. Like I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It just somewhat dumb luck too. Like I just feel like I've been in the right places at the right time too, and it's all kind of worked out. I feel like I don't know. I was probably like number 7 like a couple weeks back, and I think someone got bumped down or whatever it is. So a little bit I feel is like luck and just right timing, and I don't know, man. Just trying to accept the reality of all that's going on.
So after that last fight, that incredible fight on Fight Island against Kai Kara-France, stylistically, what do you think of this fight? You know, Brandon Moreno is obviously the number 2 ranked flyweight right now. And from your own perspective, what do you think he brings to the table as an opponent?
He just brings everything. He's a well-rounded game, man. He's a really well-rounded opponent. And and as far as the matchup goes, man, what a banger of a fight. I don't like to say that because I want to just like it to be like one-sided, and I don't want to think of like going in there and getting fight of the night as like what I want to do, but like I feel like realistically it's one of those fights that is probably gonna end up gonna be fight of the night. And I don't know, I was trying to fight Brandon Moreno or get myself matched up with him in the LFA, and for the LFA it's obviously like a lot less money, and I was like, if I was willing to fight him for $4,000, like fighting him for this amount of money is no problem, man, and this opportunity is no problem. So I don't know, man. I just feel like this is a fight that like could possibly take a year off my life. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. It's definitely a banger of a fight, and like as a fan, I'm excited to go back and watch it. But I don't know. As like someone that's going to be participating, it's kind of like, hey, well, be wild for sure.
So do you think a win this weekend puts you next in line for a title shot, or do you feel that you'll have to go through that someone who's ranked higher than you before you can, move on to the title?
I'm not really sure. I think an impressive win could be the difference between that and not. An impressive performance would be the difference between that and not. But I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily the route. I've only been in the UFC for 6 months, and I don't necessarily know if I think if Brandon Moreno beats me, that he gets the title shot next for sure. But I think I might need to earn my stripes a little bit more and kind of pave my path and make a little bit more of a name for myself before the title shots in the future. But hopefully that'd be great, right?
Last question for me. So all your fights in the UFC have been submission finishes so far. How do you see yourself winning this one this weekend?
I'm not sure. Brandon Moreno is not like an easy guy to finish. So I obviously want the finish, and I'm obviously chasing the finish, but definitely prepared to go 15 minutes in this one because I don't think he's going anywhere really. Not a guy that I can see tapping to anything. And he looks like he has a chin and a half on him. So I don't know, man. I definitely want to finish. I'm chasing the finish 100% of the time, no matter what happens. But I feel like Brandon Moreno is going to be the guy to mess up my finish percentage.
Well, thank you for your time and good luck for the fight this weekend.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
We will take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Brandon, when we did our first interview, it was before you were in the UFC, and at that point, there was a lot of discussion about is the flyweight division even going to stick around? And you told me back then, you're like, it's kind of, I won't say frustrating, but kind of like scary that, you're working your way in and there may not be a division there. Now here we sit, a little over a year later, and you're the number 6 ranked guy, and we see a flyweight fight headlining a pay-per-view. How crazy is it to see how much the flyweight division has changed, just in this past year and a half, since it seemed like maybe it was going away, and now, headlining a pay-per-view?
Yeah, for any UFC fans that are paying attention, flyweights are putting on the best shows out there. I think every flyweight fight that I can think of, as far as like the last few fights we go, flyweights are putting on shows, and I feel like we're fighting like potentially to keep our job a little bit and potentially to keep us shining. But you see that a little bit. I think you see a little bit of urgency from the flyweights, and I don't know if it's just like who they have signed to the UFC compared to who they used to have signed to the UFC. But I don't know. I don't necessarily go out there to fight to go perform or whatever it is, or not to perform, but like to go impress and keep my job. But like, I don't know, I have a little bit of that mentality, and I feel like a lot of these new guys that are coming out here are finishers, man. They're scrappers, and they come here to get that job done, and it's great to see it, and it's great for all these fresh new blood coming in, these guys that are in there making the flyweight division exciting.
There was this weird criticism for the longest time that the flyweights were, really fast and really skilled, but we didn't see as many, highlight reel finishes, and I think that's been dispelled a lot, since then. But obviously you're doing it. You've had a couple of crazy exciting fights and crazy exciting finishes. You look at the champion right now, Deiveson Figueiredo, go big or go home kind of guy. Do you feel like, guys like yourselves and the champion right now are really starting to kind of turn people's opinions around on this division? If maybe they said, well, flyweights are fast and flyweights are skilled, but flyweights aren't, they're not knocking people out. They're not finishing fights. And I think that's kind of, it's kind of been dispelled now lately.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like maybe a little bit like some of these flyweights aren't getting the recognition they deserve. Like Alex Perez, I think, finished all of his fights in the UFC but one, man. And I don't think people are taking him like as a killer, like as much of a killer as he really is. And I don't know. Maybe it just gets like dispelled because some of these flyweights are like 5'5" and 5'4". We don't get enough like, oh, these guys are dangerous compared to like you see a Shogun out there, or like Paul Craig, and they're like beast of men, and like I don't know, they're exactly who if you see down the street, you're like, I would not want to mess with him. But I don't know, man. Hopefully that like people see me and have that comparison to Deiveson that we're killers or whatever. But I feel like if you see me on the street, I'm not the most intimidating fella out there. So I don't know. I really don't know with all of it. But hopefully we're getting a little more recognition and a little more love with all the new blood coming in and just the people that are pitching fights out there.
You mentioned, with a win, you're not guaranteeing yourself a title shot. You're going to kind of take it as it goes. But before this all came together, we know Cody Garbrandt was going to come down and fight for the title. And you heard, some rumblings. A lot of flyweights weren't happy about that. Guy coming down the division, not necessarily holding a title right now and kind of, jumping the line. I know he didn't take away your title shot or anything, but how did you feel about that? Because, again, we're all kind of hearing that, when Cody's healthy, he's still going to get that title shot. Like, do you agree with that? Does it upset you as a guy who's in the division? How do you feel about that?
Oh, man. So before this Brandon Moreno fight came around, I was like, Cody Garbrandt's what's good for the division, man, all this and all that, and just like kind of excited about it. But then I'm like, well, if I beat Brandon Moreno, I think I'm next in line for the title shot. And then realizing Cody Garbrandt's going to get it, I'm like, well, he needs to earn his stripes. He needs to make flyweight. He needs to win a fight in the flyweight division. So I don't know. I'm being really hypocritical about the situation. Obviously, Cody Garbrandt brings a lot of hype, and flyweights need a lot of hype and a lot of love right now. And he's really what's good for the division. But I don't know. I flip-flopped real quick on that one. My perspective in mind on that. I'm like, well, Cody Garbrandt, we don't even know if he can make flyweight right now. So I don't know. It's just funny how quick I changed on that. But like honestly, if I was being completely honest, like from a marketing perspective, like Cody Garbrandt is really good for our division, and he's really good to like shine light on us stuff. So I mean, I get why he gets a title shot and all that stuff, but quick to flip flop on that one as of recent. As soon as I can, I'm like, maybe I can get that title shot next, and maybe if I win, I'll be the number one contender and all this. And then I'm like, oh yeah, Cody Garbrandt, damn it.
And last one for me, you know, when Cody did fall out, it was pretty much between Alex Perez and Brandon Moreno who was going to get the title shot. Brandon ended up not getting the title shot, and I get it. He's been kind of understandably a little upset about that, you know, considering the win streak and the things he's done lately. Obviously, you expect the absolute best Brandon Moreno we've ever seen, but is there any part of you that feels like maybe he's underestimating you a little bit or maybe looking past you a little bit? Because we've heard a lot of, you know, kind of the anger, you know, that he didn't get this title shot, and he might have a very valid argument about that, but is there any part of you that feels like maybe he is looking past you a little bit?
I really don't know what he's been saying. I haven't been watching his interviews or like just kind of paying attention to what he's saying, but like in my mind and like in like what I think is like I'm gonna get like a pissed off Brandon Moreno who's super motivated. So I get it. I get like him thinking that he deserves that title shot, or like I don't mean to say thinking like he doesn't deserve it or like he hasn't earned his stripes, but like I get the motivated Brandon Moreno and all that stuff too. So I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like he's overlooking me because I think I'm a dangerous matchup for one of the more dangerous matchups in the division. I think he's deserved that. But I also just don't know what's going on in his head at all or anything. So maybe he's overlooking me, maybe not. But at the same time, I know that I'm fighting a pissed off Brandon Moreno who is definitely motivated to get that title shot. And that's motivating in itself. Oh, shit, this guy's going to want to kill me for sure, you know?
Thanks very much.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much, Brendan. That is all the time we have for you, sir.
All right, I appreciate you guys.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC women's flyweight Jennifer Maia. We now welcome the number 3 ranked UFC women's flyweight contender in the world, Jennifer Maia. Jennifer, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Hello, Jennifer. This is obviously a very big fight. Can you describe the emotions for this fight compared to your matches in the past?
É difícil comparar esse momento tão especial para mim de estar disputando o título. Então, eu estou muito feliz. Desde a primeira vez que eu entrei no UFC, eu almejava chegar a esse dia e hoje eu me sinto totalmente feliz e com uma conquista enorme.
It's very hard to compare feelings I have with my fights, but I can say that I'm very happy, motivated, fighting against Valentina to be the world title, do my best to get this win.
Can I ask, because before your last fight, you'd obviously been struggling, you know, you're coming off the loss and people had a lot of questions about the weight. How worried were you? Because no fighter wants to be in a bad position. Did you feel like you really had to get a victory before Jojo Calderwood stepped in to keep your spot in the UFC?
Eu vinha num momento de uma luta, não tinha batido o peso 2 vezes. Era pressão na sua última. O que você precisava ter para manter a sua vaga, para você ter, porque nenhum lutador quer ficar numa posição difícil.
Então, a minha luta contra a Chookagian, eu acho que eu perdi na pesagem ali, onde eu não bati o peso pela segunda vez, isso ali me abalou muito. Então, eu procurei corrigir os meus erros e eu sabia que batendo peso com qualidade, na minha próxima luta, eu já começaria ganhando a luta. E foi isso que aconteceu. Eu bati o peso com sucesso e eu estava muito preparada para chegar lá e mostrar o que eu ainda não tinha conseguido mostrar no UFC.
My last fight against Kagan, I felt that I lost the fight after the weigh-ins because I was very sad and very frustrated for not making weight. So when I was fighting against Joanne, I knew that if I was able to make weight, I would be one step closer to the win because I was very prepared, very, very happy with my camp. And after I made weight, I was feeling ready, and I won the fight.
Can you put into words what it would mean to you to be the one to finally beat Valentina Shevchenko at flyweight?
Você consegue? Como é que vai ser a vencer a pelo pesos moscas?
Ainda não consigo expressar. Eu sinto que vai ser um sentimento inexplicável, né? Essa sensação de ser campeã e ir acima da Valentina, que é uma adversária tão dura. Então, no momento, não sei explicar.
In the moment, I can't really explain or express myself in words about this feeling, but I know that it will be an extraordinary feeling, and I'm ready to go there, get this win, take the belt to Brazil, and maybe there I can explain in words.
My final question, I have to ask because it's going to be a big question. Can you tell us what you're weighing right now ahead of the title fight, the weigh-in on Friday?
Essa é uma pergunta chata, mas que eu tenho que fazer porque é uma pergunta importante. Como que você está, o teu peso agora, né, nesse momento antes da sua luta?
Então, eu mantive o mesmo trabalho da minha última luta, cheguei aqui com o mesmo peso da última vez, então agora a gente está baixando aí com qualidade, sem medo de errar, e eu estou perto de bater o peso sim.
I kept the same strategy that I did for my last camp, of the weight cut. So what I can tell you is that I'm very good, my weight cut is going very well, and I'm very, very near to make the weight.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Jennifer, obviously, Valentina has looked extremely dominant in her title reign. What do you think that you bring that other contenders haven't been able to bring and haven't been able to be successful against the champion?
Dominante na categoria como campeã, defendendo o cinturão. Então, o que você traz de novo para essa disputa, para ela que as outras não?
Eu sou uma atleta completa, então eu quero lutar e mostrar durante a luta a superioridade contra ela. É difícil eu falar como vai se desenrolar essa luta, né? Por ela ser uma atleta muito experiente, mas eu quero impor meu ritmo o tempo todo.
I'm a very well-rounded fighter, so I'm ready to grapple, I'm ready to strike, I'm wrestle her. So I want to show during the fight that I'm superior in all areas. It's hard to tell you how it's gonna be, but I'm ready to fight wherever the fight goes and bring this belt to Brazil.
And also, obviously, this is a huge fight for you. How do you prepare for a fight like this? Like, do you take it just like any other fight, or do you feel like, this is like a special moment in your career?
Obviamente, uma grande carreira. Como foi você se preparar? Você se preparou como você fazia para as outras? Ou foi uma preparação mais?
Foi uma preparação mais especial, sim, por ser, né? É uma adversária muito dura, por ser uma luta pelo título. Então, eu fiz treinos mais específicos, acrescentei treinos mais específicos em todas as áreas para eu me sentir bem na hora da luta.
Yeah, for sure, it was a special camp for the title fight, for being against Valentina, who's a very experienced and tough opponent. So I trained in more areas, I add more things in my camp. It was a more specific camp, like preparing for this fight, for the strategy, and I feel ready.
And the odds makers have Valentina as a heavy favorite. Do you like sort of entering the fight with being a big underdog, or does it kind of bother you and fuel you, or do you not even pay attention to it? How do you feel about the odds and I guess what some people are saying about sort of the fight and Valentina being such a big favorite?
Das apostas, o grande favoritismo da Valentina. Esse favoritismo, essas casas de apostas, comentários, eles te incomodam, te motivam, ou você não se importa com isso? Eu
não me importo, porque no momento eu estou muito focada de chegar lá e lutar com toda a garra para vencer. Então eu não me importo com o que está rolando aí nas bolsas de apostas.
I really don't care about the odds maker and about the odds. I'm very focused in going there, putting my fight, putting my A game and getting the win in the title for Brazil.
Muito obrigado. Boa sorte.
Obrigada.
We will take our next set of questions from Diego Ribas with AG Fight.
Oi, Jennifer e Stefano, tudo bom?
Oi, tudo bem?
Maravilha. Primeira pergunta, eu queria saber quais brechas você vê no jogo da Valentina? Que tipo de oportunidade você acha que você consegue aproveitar?
É difícil achar brecha no jogo da Valentina, uma atleta muito experiente e dura, né? Então, eu acho que, assim, eu treinei de tudo para estar lá, chegar lá preparada e durante a luta onde eu me senti mais confortável, né? Então, não sei se tem brechas no jogo dela por ela ser muito dura mesmo.
E como foi sua troca de mensagens com a Amanda Nunes? Que tipo de ajuda ela te deu? Quanto isso te ajudou na sua preparação para enfrentar a Valentina?
Então, foi via Instagram mesmo, eu mandei uma mensagem para ela já respondeu com várias orientações. E a experiência que ela tem, não só por ter vencido a Valentina 2 vezes, mas como sendo a campeã de 2 categorias, me ajudou muito, né? Então, fez toda a diferença ali no meu camping, ajudou bastante. Foram dicas ótimas para melhorar meu jogo e ter uma oportunidade de vitória contra a Valentina.
Certo. Eu sei que já falaram muita coisa sobre o peso. Só uma última questão para finalizar o assunto. Que mudança você fez, né, para o corte de peso já na sua última luta, que você disse que bateu sem problema? Que mudança você fez ali, o quanto te deixa 100% certa de que não terá problema sexta-feira?
Então, primeiramente, eu mudei a equipe de preparador e nutricionista que trabalha comigo. E a gente, assim, foi mudando estratégias, né? Durante o camping ou fora de competição, manter um peso mais baixo. Antes a gente tentava ganhar muito volume de força e isso acabou me prejudicando nas pesagens. Então, a gente mantém um peso mais baixo fora de luta, para a hora que chegar a luta eu já estar num peso baixo e não sofrer tanto e não correr risco de não bater o peso. Então, é por isso que a gente está mais tranquilo com isso, que a gente fez um camping impecável, mantendo um peso mais baixo, mais próximo da pesagem.
Certo. Para finalizar, então, poucas vezes a gente viu lutadores que em disputa de títulos têm uma disparidade tão grande nas bolsas de apostas. É impossível não comparar a situação com a da Holly Holm, né? Só que a Holly acabou vencendo a Ronda 5 anos atrás. Sei lá, 5 anos atrás. Você vê alguma semelhança naquela luta? Você consegue se inspirar de alguma forma ou tirar alguma lição daquela luta em específico para esse sábado?
Com certeza, eu me inspiro sim, porque foi um momento onde todo mundo achava que era impossível a Holly ganhar e ela foi lá e ganhou, surpreendendo a todos. Então eu acho que eu também posso surpreender. Não sei como vou vencer essa luta, mas eu sinto que eu posso surpreender a todos sim com uma bela vitória.
Maravilha, obrigadão, Jennifer. That's it, guys. Thank you very much.
Valeu.
We will take our last set of questions from Luis Green with MMA Crazy.
Valentina, she's finished 2 out of the 3 title fights that she's had, title defenses that she's had. What do you think of her as a champion and what she's achieved so far in the division?
Tá com 2. Eu queria saber.
Eu acho que ela tem todos os méritos de ser a campeã, porque ela está provando isso todas as lutas. Então, eu acho que são méritos dela ser a campeã mesmo.
I think she deserves all the credits for being a dominant fighter and champion because she proved herself every time that she stepped in the octagon. So, congratulations her, and she deserves all the credits.
What do you feel that you need to do on Saturday in order to defeat Valentina?
Tem que fazer.
Ter mais vontade que ela de vencer, e é o que eu tenho no momento.
I need to want more than her. I feel that I really want more than anyone to be the world.
And what would it mean to you to have that flyweight belt wrapped around your waist?
Significa para você ter aquele cinturão do UFC em volta da sua cintura.
É uma realização profissional e pessoal muito grande, uma conquista de trabalho de anos.
A great conquer for my career, for me personally, a realization of many years of hard work. I'm ready.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. That is all the time we have for you. Next up, we will be joined by UFC flyweight Alex Perez. We now welcome the number 4 ranked UFC flyweight contender in the world, Alex Perez. Alex, thank you for the time today, sir.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cage Side Press.
Hello, Alex. Can you take us into the moment? Just they call you, Cody's out, you're fighting for the UFC title. Where were you at? Just break it down, all of it.
So I get a call from my manager, they were at Pot Island, so I was at home sleeping already by the time they called me. And I get a call by 12:30 at night, and everybody knows I'm in bed by 10, 12, 11, the latest. And I put my phone on Don't Disturb. He calls me, and he's like, I'm like, man, it's got to be important. He never calls me this late, and I obviously couldn't wait, so I answered the phone. What's up, man? He's like, hey, man, Cody's out. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, Cody's out. I was like, okay. I was like, okay, and he's like, you're fine for the title. I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, you're fine for a title. I'm like, wait, what? It kind of hit me, took a little, to hit me, but once it got it, I was like, oh, man. And then my training partner, Ricky Simone, was staying with me. And I was like, hey, dude, I'm fine for the title. All excited. I go back into bed, and I'm like, it's like, I said 12:30. I'm just laying there in bed, trying to go back to sleep. I was like, should I go run right now? Or should I, what should I do? I think I got only 2-3 hours of sleep that night just thinking about it. Excited, all the emotions, all the hard work I put in the last 10 years plus with the wrestling, and when I started MMA, it's paying off. This is what we all work for, and to get the opportunity like this is amazing.
I saw in the countdown, and I see a lot of people bringing this up. You would be the first Contender Series guy to win a UFC title. You'd be the first Contender Series guy to win a UFC main event, for that matter. I mean, does that give you more motivation? Are you a guy who doesn't really put a lot of weight into those kind of stats? Just can you talk about all of that stuff that people are bringing up?
I really don't pay attention to a lot of that stats, but I am proud to be one of the first guy to fight for a title off that show, because look at the stars that are coming out of there, the talent that's coming out of there. All good guys, obviously, ranked guys that are making noise in the UFC and their weight classes. So I'm proud to be a Contender Series alumni and to be fighting for the title. But other than that, I really don't look too much into it. It's just another thing off my checklist, my bucket list, that I'm doing.
Can I ask, so the flyweight division not too long ago on life support, will it stay, will it go? Now, this is arguably the biggest night for the flyweights. Obviously, you have Moreno and Royval on the undercard. You have the women's flyweights on the card, obviously. Can you talk about what it means to you to be a part of this event and being the headliner?
It's amazing. I'm a kid from a small town, and to be on a UFC poster, I got some of my family is here in Vegas, send me pictures of the bulletin board and seeing my face on posters and stuff like that. People from small towns usually don't get that stuff. And just to be that guy to do it in my town, I'm the first guy in my town to make it to UFC. I'm the first guy in my town fighting for a UFC title. it brings a lot of pride and joy, and especially being a part of a main event, fighting for the title, in Vegas, the capital of fighting. It's amazing. It's a blessing.
Finally, I know you fight out of Team Oyama. Can you talk about who you brought with you to be in your corner for this one?
So obviously I bring Coach Colin Oyama. I've been with him for about 6 years. I brought Givo Santana. I've trained with him about 6 years as well. And I brought Chito Vera. He's like my brother, training partner, guy. I mean, we push each other on a daily. And I brought my coach from back home. I started training in Limoro with Timo Choa, and I brought him with me. He's been at a couple of my fights. He's the guy that got me started in MMA. His name is Miro Morales. We used to have practice in his garage, and he used to live about 10, 15 minutes away from me. He would come pick me up, take me to his house to train, and drop me back off home. So this is like a payment, like the gratitude I'm going to show for him, to bring him along this journey is, amazing, because without him, I probably wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have known what MMA was.
Okay, thank you, Alex, and good luck.
Thank you.
We'll take the next set of questions from Augusto Niaz-Gay with Somos MMA.
Hey, Alex, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Alex, first of all, this will be your first title fight in the UFC, so I want to know, how are you feeling right now, this week? Are you nervous, anxious, confident? What's going on?
A little bit of all the above, man. I'm confident always because how hard I train and all the work I put in. Nervous because I'm about to fight someone. Someone's gonna try to kill me. Anxious because I've been training for 8-9 weeks to fight. I feel amazing. It's probably the best I've ever felt. The best my body has felt. As cliche as that sounds, everybody says that every interview, but this is the best I've ever felt.
And about the preparation, how has it been for this fight? This fight week so far also. Was it different for you?
No, for me, I keep everything the same. Why change was not broken, I train with the same team, same people. Obviously the weight's good with the same nutritionist. I don't change much. There's no reason to change something just because it's a title fight. It's still a fight. I still do the same training, same everything. Obviously, I get more time to prepare. It was 8 weeks, so that's probably the biggest change of all.
I understand. Alex, Figueiredo has said a few days ago that he sees no danger in you and that you're slow. Do you think that him underestimating you is something that you can capitalize and turn in your favor?
Honestly, it doesn't really matter what anybody says. It doesn't bug me. He's saying that because, he's hyping himself up. My fights speak for themselves. If he thinks I'm slow, then I guess I'm slow. There's not really much to say. If he underestimated me, then cool. I figure that a lot of my opponents do, just because I'm not a big known name kind of guy. I didn't get signed for straight to the UFC. They weren't looking like, hey, we need to sign Alex Perez. I worked my way in here. I did come off the Contender Series. People don't know that I got a short notice fight on the Contender Series. It wasn't like they wanted me there. Like, hey, you want to fill in? Oh, cool, take it. And stuff like that. So I feel like if he's underestimating me, then okay, that's on him. We'll see what happens Saturday.
Okay, and my final question: what are going to be the keys for your victory, and what do you have to avoid when you get in there with Deiveson Figueiredo?
Keys to victory is just be myself and have fun. When I do that, I'm the best in the world. For him, I just gotta honestly just do my thing. I'm not really worried about what he's doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Hey, Alex, I know you just earlier you explained how you got the call and how you found out about the news. But did you expect the call? Did you think that, hey, look, if something happens in the main event and someone pulls out, I could be next and be stepping in there on short notice?
Yeah, I felt like I was next in line just based on my performance against Flamingo. Everybody says Brandon Moreno, but we both fought the same guy. He went all 3 rounds with him, got a decision where I felt like it was a split. I felt like Jasur could have won. Personally, I might be a little biased because Jasur's my friend, but we fought the same guy and I finished him in 1 round. So I felt like I was next in line.
And you mentioned that Jasur is your friend. What exactly is your relationship? I know he fought at at Tachi Palace, right, where you fought as well. I know he has a lot of history there. How do you guys are friends? How do you guys know?
So when he first made his Tachi Palace debut, I actually went to the airport to pick him up. And then when I was getting ready to fight my second amateur fight, I actually trained with him a little bit because he was in Limor for a few weeks. So I got to train with him before his fight. I helped him cut weight, like just hung out for a while. And then ever since then, we've always kept in touch. I mean, we're not the best of friends, but I mean, once a month, we're like, hey, how you doing? How's training? How you feeling? How's your son? You know, we spend a lot of time like talking, stuff like that. You know, that's why we know each other. I kept in contact with him for the last 10 years. So, you know, I do consider him a good friend. He's a very great role model for people in the sport. Very highly spoken about. You know, just a good guy in general.
Nice, yeah. Formiga's a Tachi Palace legend. And I guess you fought him. I mean, was it hard to get in there and fight him, knowing that, like, you know, you guys are cool?
I think it's always hard fighting a friend, but at the end of the day, it's business. You know, coronavirus hit. I need to make money to support myself and my family. He needs to make money. You know, if he had a problem with fighting me, he would not sign the contract. I think it was kind of like a mutual thing. Like after the fight, I mean, we talked. I called him, checking on him when he was injured. Like, hey, how's your leg, or you know, how's your shoulder? Because I've seen that he got shoulder surgery. Asking him how things like that work. It's business when you get in there. You know, I come from a wrestling background. I remember wrestling some of my friends at tournaments, and we're trying to suplex each other, you know, through the freaking mat. So I think I got it from there. Like, hey, when you're on the mat, it's business. When you're in the cage, it's business. Outside of it, you guys can be friends. Yeah, for sure. And I don't know if you knew, but recently it was reported that he was actually released from the promotion, and it caught a lot of people by surprise because, you know, he's one of the best flyweights out there. Kind of, what are your thoughts on that? And you know, since he's a friend, are you kind of, I guess, a little sad that, you know, he's no longer with the UFC? Yeah, you know, it sucks that he's got cut from the UFC. I mean, he's one of the best guys in the world. He's been one of the best guys in the world for a long time. I mean, he's been in the conversation, at least top 5 for sure, since the flyweight division has been open in the UFC. But just since the flyweight division was outside when Tachi Palace had all the main flyweights, you know, he's been up there. It sucks that he's not in the UFC, but I'm guarantee you some organization outside is going to pick him up. They would, you know, pick up a talent like that. I mean, that would be a mistake not to pick him up.
And lastly, obviously, the champion, you know, Deiveson Figueiredo has proven to have, you know, very good striking, very good jiu-jitsu as well on the ground. You got wrestling, you got striking as well. So I guess what's kind of the strategy here? Are you kind of open to go anywhere in the fight, or you want to keep that on the feet? How do you see this one going?
Honestly, it's wherever it goes. I feel comfortable everywhere. I've been training. It's not like I just trained, you know, one specific thing just for this fight. I worked all my stuff from the wrestling to the striking to the grappling. I'm ready for wherever the fight goes. You know, I'm expecting a 25-minute war. I know he's no slouch. You know, and if you think, you know, I'm pretty sure he thinks I'm not a slouch. You know, I think he's gonna think we're going 25 minutes. If it ends early, it ends early. But I'm there for a war.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. I appreciate the time. Best of luck on Saturday.
Well, man, thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask you is about Chito. You said that he's like your brother. For how long have you trained or been friends with Chito?
So I met Chito in Vegas about 4 years ago, training at Syndicate MMA. He was kind of in town for the UFC fights. I was here helping Carla Esparza for her fight. And then maybe like 2 weeks later, maybe 3 weeks later, he came to move in with us in Irvine, California. He came to move there, you know, and we lived together for a long time. I got to kind of hear his story and his background, and, you know, and then from there, just been going on from there. We grinded together when it was just me and him at the gym. And then, you know, Team Oyama, all the guys started coming back. People were injured and stuff like that. And we've just always been super close. And, you know, I learned a lot from him. And I have a lot of respect for what he did when he first got to US, you know, staying away from his family for 8-9 months without seeing his kids and just things like that. So it made me respect him that much more. And he's one of the guys that pushes me on a daily, whether it's running, whether we're striking, we're sparring, we're always competing against each other, but in a good way. We're lifting weights. We're like talking mess to each other, but we're always competing. It's always a good time with him, and he's always in my corner. I respect him a lot, and he's always just good energy.
Okay, I get it. That's awesome. Do you think if you get the title, that will motivate Chito to get the title in his category?
Yeah, I mean that's all our goals. Mine and Cheeto's and everybody at Team Oyama is to be a champion. Wherever organization they're in. Cheeto has all the tools to be champion, and pretty sure he'll get there soon.
Okay, I get it. So talking about the fight, where do you think Deiveson is more dangerous?
I mean, I would have to say his on the stand-up part, because that's the part he shows the most. He really doesn't show his jiu-jitsu, even though he has it. Doesn't really show it. So I would say the stand-up part. I mean, like I said, against Benavidez, he showed a great armbar in that first fight when they were scrambling. He hit the armbar out of nowhere. In the second fight, he choked him out, and he's had submissions. He's well-rounded everywhere, but I would say his stand-up is probably where he's most confident in.
Okay, so you talk about Cody, then Cody respond you. But if you get the title, would you be interested fighting Cody for the title?
I'm not worried about that. We'll see what happens. Right now, I'm worried about Deiveson, and then the next thing is worried about having my kid. And other than that, everything else will play out.
Okay, my last question is, what's your prediction for the fight?
Me winning. I visualize it every night before I go to bed, subbing him, knocking him out, TKO, going to decision. It's in my head that I'm going to win.
Okay, would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans?
Hey, thank you guys for the support. I really appreciate it. Me and Cheeto are coming to do big things.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex, and good luck on your fight.
Thank you.
We will take the last set of questions from Carlos Contreras with Milenio Diario.
Hi, Alex. We obviously hoping not to happen this time, but Deiveson had trouble with weight in the past. Does it get you worried that at some point, I don't know, maybe that you have to change opponent for Friday, or does he get something in your mind, like worrying about his weight?
Nah, I can't control what happens with him. I'm focused on myself 100%. I'm here. I'm here to make weight. I'm here to fight. Whether it's him or someone else, it doesn't matter. I'm here to be UFC champion.
And you were talking about the Cody Garbrandt comments, and what were your thoughts when the UFC offered him or announced him as the next contender? Because we all were all thinking that it was you or either Brandon Moreno. No, he was out of the map for experts and fans.
I mean, it is what it is. Honestly, I was upset. I mean, who wouldn't be upset? But just like everything else in life isn't fair sometimes. You just gotta, when you get knocked down, you gotta get up and keep going. My mind was like, hey, he got the title shot, cool. I gotta go through Brandon Moreno to get the title shot. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. The only thing I can do is win and control what I can control. I can't worry about anybody else besides myself.
You studied Brandon, and that fight that seemed to be in the future for you both, right? At some point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. As long as when I win this title, as long as he keeps winning, then yeah, I'm not worried about what's gonna happen in the future. I'm just worried about Saturday.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. That's all the time we have for you, sir.
Cool, man. Thank you, guys.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC welterweight Tim Means. We again welcome UFC welterweight Tim Means. Tim, thank you for the time today, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Hello, Tim. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. So can you just walk us through getting the call up to take the fight with Mike Perry?
Yeah, I was already getting ready for the November 14th card. They had offered me an opponent for that card, and then about a week had went by and we hadn't heard anything from the UFC or the other opponent, and then we got a contract with Mike Perry's name on it.
A lot of people are going to be bringing this up. He's bringing his girlfriend and just his, everyday buddy to be in his corner. I mean, as his opponent who's been getting ready and doing everything, how do you feel about him doing that?
That's not my business. My business is to be ready on my own end and go from there.
For yourself, I mean, as a fighter, what do you most want to show in a fight like this? We know that everyone's expecting the banger, but what do you most want to show as a martial artist?
I want to show just getting my hand raised, being well-rounded, and sticking to the game plan, staying focused, and like I said, just getting my hand raised.
In your mind, what's a perfect fight against Mike Perry look like?
A knockout in 8 seconds.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 40 Win Podcast.
Hi, team. Do you hear me?
I can hear you.
How you doing, sir? Good to talk to you.
How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for being here with us today. I would like to know how it was that you took the fight on short notice. Did the UFC offer it to you? Did you ask for it?
They offered me the fight. I'll schedule to fight somebody else in November, or the 14th of November, and then we got a contract with Mike Perry's name on it, so we signed that one, and here we are.
So what's your opinion on Mike Perry? How do you see this fight going on?
My opinion is he has a lot of heart. He's very durable, and he's a strong guy, so I have to make his big punches miss and pick him apart from the outside and get a finish later in this fight.
Fair enough. You have 16 years of career, more than 20 UFC fights. How would you describe the experience of being in the most important promotion in the world and proving yourself against the most dangerous fighters?
It's awesome to work with the UFC. I've gotten to know the employees very well, and they take great care of us when we're here at the shows. Even have employees that reach out and check on us the next day after fights and make sure that we're good. I couldn't be happier to work with the UFC. I've been here since I think 2012, so I plan on finishing my career here and riding off in the sunset.
You're 36 years old now. What's the motivation behind every training for you to keep pushing to be the best?
The motivation is a paycheck. I get to put clothes on my kids' back, and I get to pay my light bill and keep the heat and electricity on. So making money and putting it in my bank account is the most important part of this.
How long would you expect to continue to compete in MMA?
Right now, as long as I'm able to keep learning and I'm not dealing with a whole bunch of bad injuries. I broke my leg and my ankle, last year. I think is pretty much the worst injury I've had doing this. So as long as I can stay in shape and the willingness to learn is still there, and I'm open-minded and my body can handle it, I have at least 2-3 more years doing this.
This is your second fight during the pandemic. How has been the training in this context, and how is the experience of fighting without audience for you?
The experience without the audience is the same. Once the cage gets locked, you get punched in the face, you don't realize there's no people out there at all, only the dude that's trying to hurt you. Training through the pandemic has been a little tricky based on the fact that we have to make sure all of our athletes and training partners are healthy, and not just that we're healthy at home, but we're not sending stuff back to our families, or that we're healthy at work, but we're not sending things back to our families. So we have to think about everybody as a whole in this. And I think the world in general has lost sight of that we're all in this together. And if we're not helping one another, we're each other's worst enemy. And that's just kind of the way it's gone. At FitHB, we make sure that we're taking care of one another. We're calling and checking on one another, and we're worried about each other's families all the same. So the pandemic's been tricky, but it's still a hell of a time to get in a fist fight.
You've been through a lot of complicated experiences in your life, but MMA changed your life, and you've expressed to be an example, to wanting to be an example for your family, your community. How would you describe MMA and those who and what it brings to those who practice it. What kind of advice would you give to those who are in similar situations that you went through?
Martial arts saved my life, and it gave me a way to vent my frustrations and my anger. One of probably a billion people on this earth that have an anger problem, and I've learned how to control it, and I've learned what's important in life. Exercise helps me vent, like I said, and being a martial artist at the highest level of mixed martial arts has been very rewarding.
Thank you so much for your time, Tim. Best of luck on your fight. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Tim, throughout your career, you've kind of built this reputation of, whenever you fight, people want to watch. They know when Tim Means fights, it's going to be a Tim Means fight. What does it mean that you've kind of built that reputation in this sport with fans, with journalists, with other fighters? Like, what does it mean to you to have that kind of reputation?
It shows the hard work pays off, but I think it just comes more from the trailer park. I got that redneck in my family that we show up to fight. We're not throwing turkey legs at each other at dinner on Thanksgiving. We're not having a good damn time. So, I'm excited to, I'm excited to know that people like to tune in when I fight. I work hard in the gym so I can go out there and get after it.
So are you telling us after this fight next week, you're going to be throwing some turkey legs? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm going to be trying to catch turkey legs because it's the first time in 11 years that I won't have to cut weight on either Thanksgiving or Christmas. So I'm going to be trying to catch all the damn food I can next week.
Tim, you fought all kinds of fighters in the UFC, wrestlers, jiu-jitsu fighters, strikers. But there's certain matchups we see, kind of like when you fought Thiago Alves. You look at the matchup and you say, man, this is just, we don't even need to talk about it. This is just going to be a fight. Do you get up for fights like the Mike Perry one, knowing that everyone's kind of watching this saying, man, this is going to be a crazy one?
Yes. What I like about this matchup is Perry's the guy I don't have to go find. He's going to come meet me in the middle. He's going to try to hurt me. And that in itself is terrifying and exciting all at the same time. And it comes with a whole bunch of rewards if you can finish a guy like this.
Ultimately, you're going into the fight worried about yourself, but I think we all kind of know Mike Perry is, I don't know a better word to say it, kind of a colorful character. He talks a lot. He says kind of some crazy things. How much do you pay attention? Like, do you laugh at Mike Perry? Do you enjoy Mike Perry, like, outside the cage?
What you get off camera or on camera is what you get off camera, so I can absolutely respect that about Mike. It's original, and he's just being him. I've talked to him a few times. He cracks me up. He runs his mouth a lot. He likes to get in your head by running his mouth, and he's a bully. And the way you beat a bully is by breaking him. And I'm excited for that, to have that opportunity on Saturday night.
Is there a part of you that not that you need it, but you kind of relish that opportunity? Kind of, to kind of, what do they say, punch a bully in the mouth?
I wish I could go back to high school and punch my bully in the mouth. But right now, like I said, man, it's just about getting paychecks. So there's no animosity. There's no problems there except for the fact that I have to go earn extra checks with my performance.
Last one for me. I know you can't predict exactly how a fight's going to play out, but we know that you have been, a pretty dynamic finisher throughout your career. And there's sometimes you just, you go out there and have a great fight. You just can't quite put the guy away, or maybe the guy doesn't want to actually engage with you. But when you look at Mike Perry, you look at this fight, do you just feel like when it's all over, you're going to be going home with a $50,000 bonus?
Yeah, the styles make matchups, so they make great fights. And these two styles, they meet in the middle, and it's just going to turn heads. It's going to be fireworks.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. That is all the questions we had for you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC women's flyweight Antonina Shevchenko. We now welcome the number 15 ranked UFC women's flyweight contender in the world, Antonina Shevchenko. Antonina, thank you for the time today.
Hi.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Capeside Press.
Hello, Antonina. Fighting on the same night as your sister, can you describe how the emotions are different, or how they're the same compared to when it's usually just one of you?
Oh, of course, I'm excited to fight together with my sister on the same card, same night. We had a training camp together, and it was just great, tough. And so I like this because, we have same training camp, we have same atmosphere for the training camp, for the trainings, for the same atmosphere at home. So I'm excited for this night and looking forward, of course.
Do you two do anything differently? Because obviously when just you are fighting, Valentina is just all about making sure you're ready, and I'm sure it's the opposite when it's her, but now that it's both of you, are you guys able to take care of each other, or do you have to do things differently?
It is different, of course, because me, I'm taking care of myself, and she's taking care of herself. Of course, during the training camp, we kind of supported each other because, every day on the training, side by side, running together, doing technique together, sparring together. And there were like moments that some of us needed support or some like helpful words or something like this. But now, closely to the fight, and especially on fight night, each one of us will be taking care of her fight.
I understand. To shift to just your fight, you're obviously coming off the fight with Katlyn Chookagian. Just can you talk about what you took from that fight when you went back to the gym to work on your game?
As before, I worked on everything. Of course, in that fight, it didn't work as I wanted, but it didn't mean that I didn't work on something. Yes, so with my coach Paul Fedotov, we are working on everything, because in MMA, in mixed martial arts, you cannot just say, okay, I'm world Muay Thai champion, I'm going to be fighting in UFC, and I don't need like good wrestling or good grappling. No, like in MMA, fighters should be good in everything. And even with good in everything, you can lose, but so you have to make sure you're working on everything. And so before that fight with Katlyn Chookagian, or after that fight, we're working on the same, on everything, trying to get better. Something, another thing also get better. So my striking also need to be like sharpened and sharp.
My final question, you're fighting Ariane Lipski. What are your thoughts on her as an opponent?
She's a good opponent. I mean, she's tough, aggressive, strong. She had 2 victories in her last fight. And yeah, I mean, I'm fighting in UFC. I don't expect easy opponents here. That's why ready for the tough fight. And I had good training camp and just ready. I just need this victory this time. So for all my focus on my performance on.
Thank you, Antonina. Good luck.
We will take the next set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 4 to Win podcast.
Hola, Antonina, ¿cómo estás? Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
I'm going to do this in English because it's going to be better for everyone. Your Muay Thai career has been full of success, while in MMA you debuted in 2002, but only since 2017 that you went all in into the sport. In all these years, how do you feel this has been evolving the contact sports, and how complicated for you was to make the transition between Muay Thai and MMA?
Absolutely, the sport is MMA. It's just evolving a lot. I mean, men or women, it's just growing up with every year. You can see like fighters, just young and older fighters. They're like better and better and better. There is no already fighters like doing just striking or just the fighters know everything, and they're good in everything. And of course, here in UFC, so my transition was kind of. I started to fight mixed martial arts in 2002, so it was not like now I transit to MMA. There was just one time when I fought just Muay Thai, and I did come back in 2011. 2017. Yes, in MMA, and now here in UFC, and just expect of myself just want to do good this time because I have two in UFC, and I just want to prove myself that I belong here.
How has it been your experience with the UFC as a company?
Just great. I just enjoy being here. The organization is just great. They're all organized. It's perfect, and especially now this COVID time, UFC just making fights, and it's every week. And fighters are happy to be busy in this time.
You faced important names in the division with great experience. How has that helped and strengthened in your last fights, and how have you improved because of that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I'm so sorry, I'll go at it again. You have faced many important names in the division, names with great experience. How does those names have helped you and strengthened you, giving you strength in your last fights? How have you improved because of this?
Of course, with every fight, I think every fighter is growing up, and if you're facing better, stronger opponents, of course, it makes you better fighter every time from fight to fight, and that's what I'm trying to do. That I'm hoping to do the best. Just grow up with every fight, and move up on the rankings.
What would you consider would be the keys to succeed in this fight?
My keys, I think the training camp was my key, the preparation. So I had the good preparation. I know I'm prepared good for this fight. I had my weight cut also good. So this is the key also. So the victory is some of many things that you have to prepare, a lot of things. So I think from the preparation part, I'm good in this fight. So we'll see on the performance. Of course, my technique will be the key, and just to be the same or more aggressive than her, and just fight, just to get this victory, no matter.
What's your prediction for the co-main event where your sister defends her title?
Oh, Valentina will come back with her belt to home. She is ready, and she just had great preparation and very strong fight. I know her opponent is tough, of course. Everybody is tough, especially when you are fighting for the UFC title. You will do everything the best from you, but Valentina is just other level.
Final question for me, it's more than a question, it's just, would you like to give a message to all your Latin American fans?
Of course, yes. Just quisiera mandar un gran saludo, decir muchas gracias por el apoyo. Invitar a todos para este sábado, UFC 255. Yo y mi hermano vamos a pelear en cartelera. Bueno, a apoyarnos y nos vemos el sábado.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, que te vaya muy bien, mucho éxito en tu pelea a ti y a tu hermana. Suerte.
We will take the next set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Hola Antonina, te quería preguntar, hablé con tu hermana hace como una semana y me había contado que esta cartelera era muy especial para ella porque era la primera vez en UFC que las dos pelean juntas. ¿Puedes hablar un poquito de ese momento de haber entrenado juntas y pues de estar peleando en la misma cartelera dentro de UFC?
Sí, yo estoy muy impresionado para esta noche. Y
apenas nosotros sabíamos que vamos a pelear en un mismo evento, me alegró esto de saber esto porque, sabes, nosotras las primeras hermanas en UFC, ahora vamos a pelear en misma noche. Y para mí es muy importante porque eso más que me motiva para ganar la pelea, porque, bueno, Valentina es sí, y yo tengo que hacer mi parte, ganar mi pelea para que las dos hermanas en esta noche salieron con las victorias.
Claro, y sí, ahí dijiste algo muy importante, van a hacer historia el sábado, pues las primeras hermanas que pelean en una cartelera. ¿Alguna vez pensaste que iban a llegar a hacer eso? Yo sé que ustedes llevan entrenando y peleando por mucho tiempo. ¿Alguna vez pensaste que iban a llegar a este punto de estar en la misma cartelera dentro de UFC y hacer historia?
Bueno, creo que sí, claro. Cuando yo ya tenía que entrar a UFC, entonces nosotros pensábamos que de repente alguna vez vamos a competir en misma noche en UFC o algo así, pero me alegra que no siempre que lo que piensas que sucede, ¿no? Que tú lo obtienes, tú llegas a este punto. Entonces me alegra que nosotros llegamos a este punto, que lo sucede ya este sábado. Claro que es muy para mi hermana también.
Claro, y bueno, tuvieron la oportunidad de entrenar juntas, pero también van a tener la oportunidad de descansar juntas. ¿Tienen algún plan ya que tienen un poquito de time off y tu coach también? Yo sé que tu coach siempre está bien ocupado.
Sí, no teníamos algunos planes porque, no sé, esta noche tan importante para las dos, para todo el equipo, en realidad, sí, claro, para nuestro entrenador Pavel Fedotov, que él estaba trabajando doble con una, después con otra, preparándonos para las peleas. Y en esta noche, sábado, también va a trabajar doble. Pero es muy buena cosa que después nosotros juntos todos vamos a descansar. Y bueno, no tenemos algunos planes, pero planes van a aparecer, yo sé.
Vale, muchas gracias y suerte el sábado.
We will take the next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hola, Antonina, ¿me puedes escuchar?
Hola, sí, claro.
Bueno, como dijiste, es la primera vez que dos hermanas van a pelear en la misma cartelera. ¿Cómo te sientes al saber que están marcando un hecho histórico en la UFC?
Es claro que es muy importante para mí porque, bueno, las dos hermanas en UFC y ahora nosotros peleamos en misma noche. Y claro que la noche sería más bonita si las dos vamos a ganar. Entonces, muy emocionada, muy concentrada para la pelea y en realidad más que emocionada, ahora estoy emocionada sí, pero claro que en esta misma noche voy a ocuparme de mi pelea, de ganarla, llevar la victoria.
Ok, entiendo. ¿Qué piensas de tu rival Ariane Lipski? ¿Dónde piensas que ella es más peligrosa?
Bueno, ella tiene una táctica así agresiva, entonces no presiona a su rival, tiene buenos golpes. Yo creo que ese es su más fuerte, pero mirando su última pelea donde ella pudo ganar con submisión, entonces podemos ver que en grappling también puede ser peligrosa. Pero esto es lo que yo espero y lo que pienso, porque peleando en MMA tú no puedes estar peligrosa solamente parte, entonces tienes que tener más backups para que si algo no funciona, entonces ¿qué va a hacer? Ella lo tiene, entonces puede pelear ahí, yo también. Vamos a ver, solamente esperar el sábado y ver quién será mejor.
Ok. Si obtienes la victoria el sábado, ¿dónde crees que en esta categoría? Que hay varias peleas de tu categoría.
Bueno, yo no pensé de esto porque tú sabes, tenía muchas situaciones cuando tú empiezas a pensar dónde voy a estar, como por ejemplo antes de mi pelea con Katlyn Chookagian, entonces me estaban preguntando si la vas a ganar, tú serías número 1 y vas a pelear con tu hermana, entonces
no quiero pensar de esto porque no gané la pelea, entonces no hay de qué pensar. Y ahora igual, no, entonces no quiero pensar más adelante de este paso que tengo el sábado. Y cuando gano el sábado, entonces ahí vamos a ver.
Ok, ¿y te animarías a dar alguna predicción para tu pelea?
Difícil dar predicciones, pero voy a hacer todo lo mejor de mí, dar todo.
Ok, muchas gracias Antonina y esperamos verlas a las 2 en Ecuador muy pronto.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Antonina. That is all the time we had for you. Next up, we will be joined by UFC flyweight Brandon Moreno. We now welcome the number 2 ranked UFC flyweight contender in the world, Brandon Moreno. Thank you for the time, Brandon.
Brother, thank you for your time.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Hola, Brandon. Mucho gusto. My first question is, this is a big fight for the flyweight division. This is a big night and a big event for the flyweight division. Does it put more pressure because you know the champion will for sure be watching you on Saturday?
Brother, I live in pressure, you know? I have always pressure in every single of my days. I have too much pressure. But, I mean, I understand the responsibility of this moment, you know? I have an amazing opportunity to make a statement this Saturday against Brandon Royval. I know in the same night the flyweight title is on the line. So I'm excited. To be honest, I'm so excited for the opportunity.
Can you talk about the change in your training, obviously going from Alex to Brandon?
I mean, at first was hard, but I had the necessary time to change the game plan for between Alex Perez and Brandon Royval, you know? So they are so different in his style. So, for example, Brandon Royval, he's southpaw, he throw more combinations, and Alex Perez throw maybe 1 or 2 punches, but really, really hard. You know, some different stuff in my game plan I needed to change, but right now, everything is perfect.
We know anything can happen in MMA. Have you thought about what you would do if they call you Friday, Saturday, and say, Brandon, Perez is out, we need you to fight for the title?
I'm ready. I'm here talking with you, bro. I'm ready. My weight is perfect right now, so I can make 125 this Friday. So, man, I'm focused. I'm focused in Brandon Royval, but if something of that happened, I'm ready.
Thank you. Good luck.
Awesome.
We will take the next set of questions from Alfredo Bush with Claro Sports.
Oh, I know that name, Alfredo Bush.
Hola, Brandon, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien?
¿Qué tal, Alfredo? ¿Cómo estás, hermano?
Muy bien, carnal. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo va por allá?
Bien, delgado, pero con mucha energía. Con hambre nada más, pero al tiro.
Bueno, eso es importante, del hambre que es importante. Oye, ¿cómo ha sido esta semana en comparación a otras Fight Weeks? ¿Qué tanto ha cambiado esta a nivel personal?
Mira, no me lo vas a creer, pero me gusta, ¿eh? Me gusta este rollo de estar aquí en el hotel. O sea, a lo mejor ya ustedes, toda la gente de los medios, ya saben cómo está el rollo aquí. Pero, o sea, los cuartos básicamente son departamentos pequeños. O sea, hay 2 cuartos, hay baño en cada cuarto, hay una cocina. O sea, estás completamente concentrado. Yo ya tenía aquí una semana más aquí en Las Vegas aprovechando el Performance Institute. Me gusta mucho, lo he hecho en mis últimas peleas, venirme una semana antes a Las Vegas para aprovechar el PI, para hacer terapia física. Tú sabes que siempre hay lesiones, siempre hay cosas que te duelen ahí, que a lo mejor obviamente no es tan grave como para hacerte el combate, pero que sí te molestan, ¿no? Y si te las puedes quitar de encima, muchísimo mejor. Entonces, ya tenía aquí esa semana aquí en Las Vegas. Ayer apenas llego al hotel y la verdad es que estoy muy a gusto, estoy muy, muy a gusto. Está el cuarto de entrenamiento, lo tenemos aquí a un lado y es completamente para mí. Hasta nos dejamos las manoplas, dejamos ahí el equipo de entrenamiento, o sea, porque no importa, es de nosotros. Y estoy muy cómodo, la verdad es que estoy muy, muy a gusto.
¿Qué tanto ha cambiado el Brandon que llegó al UFC, al Brandon que tenemos hoy, que es rankeado número 1 y a pesar de ello no va a pelear por el título?
Mira, yo creo que es el mismo Brandon feliz, es el mismo Brandon que ama su trabajo, pero a la vez que ya ha pasado por muchas experiencias de vida. O sea, imagínate, tengo 26 años, pero te prometo que ya he pasado por varias cositas que me han forjado como ser humano. Entonces, creo que el Brandon de ahora es un Brandon más experimentado, que sigue amando el deporte y que sigue amando lo que hace, pero que tiene la experiencia y la madurez para seguir adelante, ¿no? Aparte, mi familia está creciendo y ese motivante extra de saber que alguien depende de mí para seguir adelante, para sobrevivir, me echa una responsabilidad muy buena hacia mí.
La última de mi parte, ¿cómo ves a tu rival? Es quizás de este año uno de los peleadores más importantes que ha habido en el 2020, ¿no?
Claro, llegó a la UFC y empezó a hacer muchísimo ruido, ¿no? Brandon Royval ahorita está en una posición en la cual yo creo que no tiene nada que perder, porque tiene apenas 2 peleas en la promoción, va a pelear contra el número 1 del ranking de peso mosca en la UFC en la actualidad. Entonces, si pierde, o sea, no pasa nada, o sea, perdió contra el número 1, y si gana, le gana el número 1, se posiciona en el top 5 de la división, ya poniendo su nombre por un título cerca. Entonces eso lo hace bien peligroso y tengo que tener mucho cuidado con eso, porque yo he estado en esa posición anteriormente cuando debuté en la UFC, ¿no? En esa posición en la cual no tienes nada que perder, simplemente ir, salir adelante, pelear a gusto, sin presiones. Entonces, no sé, ¿es peligroso? Claro que sí, es valiente, le gusta intercambiar golpes, tiene un jiu-jitsu brasileño impresionante, pero creo que he mostrado que lo tengo más y creo que mi corazón mexicano realmente me pueda salir con la victoria este sábado.
Muchas gracias, hermano. Un abrazo.
Yeah, brother.
Well.
We will take the next set of questions from Augusto Niesgay with Somos MMA.
Hola, Brandon. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola, hermano. ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien, muy bien.
Todo tranquilo. Brandon, hace unos días hablaste con Somos MMA también y nos decías que justamente, querés justamente dar un mensaje, un poco lo dijiste recién también en inglés, te escuchaba, y decías que vivís con la presión. Quiero preguntarte cómo haces para que esto no se te meta en la cabeza y no termine tapando el objetivo real, que es, lógicamente, ganar la pelea.
Mira, hay muchas cosas, hay muchos ingredientes que se quieren mezclar ahí. Entonces, sé que tengo la presión de no solamente ganar, sino dejar una pelea espectacular para que simplemente no haya duda de que yo soy el que sigue por el título, ¿no? Claro que genera presiones, pero a la vez lo he estado diciendo mucho. Creo que ahorita el Brandon de ahora es un Brandon más maduro, con más experiencia, que puede manejar esta situación. Te digo, esta semana he tenido mucha atención por parte de los medios. Aparecí por primera vez en el UFC Embedded, el cual la verdad es que me emocionó muchísimo. Y antes estuve en esa posición, ¿no? Cuando iba a pelear en Ciudad de México en 2017 en contra de Sergio Pettis, me acuerdo que tenía muchas entrevistas, me llevaron a Ciudad de México a hacer gira de medios, tenía mucha atención encima, pero creo que en ese momento no tenía la experiencia. Ahora la tengo y me siento muy bien y hablo con ustedes y me siento muy contento y sigo teniendo la cámara por ahí que me persigue un poquito y la verdad es que no me importa, ¿no? Sé que hay presión, siempre hay presión, pero hermano, un peleador como yo, o sea, un peleador que vive de esto, vive con presión todos los días. Eso es algo normal.
Y Brandon, recién hace un rato tu rival, Brandon Royval, dijo que le preguntaban si él ganándote era el siguiente al título, y dijo que no, que probablemente si vos ganabas sí merecías ir directo por el título. ¿Qué crees que falta o qué crees que no está viendo la gente de UFC que no te dan todavía esa chance?
Mira, no lo sé. O sea, yo creo que inclusive antes que Cody Garbrandt merecía la pelea por el título, ¿no? UFC decide que Cody Garbrandt tomara la pelea primero y es algo que yo que venía viendo, ¿no? En el futuro y algo que entendía, porque al final del día ahorita la UFC se encuentra en una posición difícil, que no puede vender boletos, no pueden meter gente al público, tienen que vender, dependen completamente del pago por evento. Y quieren a un nombre. Cody Garbrandt no es campeón, pero fue ex campeón de los pesos gallos, no tiene el mejor récord actual, tiene 1-3 en sus últimos combates, pero sea como sea, tiene la base de seguidores, tiene los fans, tiene las redes sociales, de nuevo, ex campeón. Entonces por ahí lo entendía. O sea, Alex Pérez yo no lo comprendo, no sé qué sucedió. Al principio estaba muy enojado, la verdad es que no me lo podía creer, pero en este momento estoy muy enfocado, estoy muy enfocado. O sea, y Brandon Royval lo entiendo, ¿no? Entiendo lo que dice. A lo mejor dice, ¿sabes qué? Tengo de ganar, tendría solamente 3 victorias dentro de la UFC, a lo mejor quisiera una más. Lo comprendo, yo estoy enfocado y eso es lo que te digo que lo hace peligroso, que él está muy a gusto, sabe que puede perder, puede pasar cualquier cosa y él se va a divertir. Y ¿sabes algo? Yo también pienso ir ahí a divertirme muchísimo y a sacar la victoria.
Recién hacías el análisis de tu pelea contra Brandon Royval, pero quiero preguntarte por la otra pelea, ¿no? O sea, la estelar y cómo la ves, cómo ves la pelea entre Alex Pérez y Deiveson Figueiredo. ¿Quién crees que va a ganar y quién te gustaría que gane en caso de que vos seas el siguiente contendiente al título?
No, que me gustaría que gane no me interesa, o sea, puede ganar el que sea, no es nunca personal, nunca lo veo como algo personal. A lo que la pelea respecta, a la parte de los estilos y quién creo que va a ganar, yo creo que va a ganar Figueiredo, ¿no? Son peleadores similares, son peleadores que van para enfrente, que tienen poder en los puños, en la mano derecha, sobre todo, que les gusta pegar a noquear, o sea, es 1, 2 golpes, pero a pegar a noquear. Pero creo que por ahí Figueiredo tiene más poder, entonces eso se debe de cuidar Alex Pérez. Obviamente, o sea, por eso estoy en este deporte, ¿no? Porque es un deporte impredecible, porque todo puede pasar. Alex Pérez por ahí puede sorprender, pero creo que Figueiredo se la lleva el sábado.
Bien, y para cerrar, recién decías que estabas con hambre, que estabas flaco. Quiero saber, si ganás, ¿con qué se celebra? ¿Qué vas a comer? ¿La primera cena?
Fiesta, buffet, pizza, hamburguesas, Shake Shack, In-N-Out, tacos, tortas ahogadas, de todo, hermano. Estás invitado si quieres.
Me queda un poco lejos, pero iría con gusto. Brandon, muchísimas gracias y suerte el sábado.
Un abrazo, hermanos. Argentina.
Hey.
We will take the next set of questions from Carlos Contreras with Milenio Diario.
¡Ah, ese vato otra vez! ¡No manches! No puede ser.
¿Cómo estás, Brandon?
¿Tú otra vez, Carlos? Dios mío.
Una vez más. Justo hablando de eso, estaba viendo la entrevista que hicimos hace 6 años.
¡Qué locura!
Y decías que querías ser campeón a los 26.
¡Oh, wow! Ni siquiera me acuerdo de eso.
Estás muy cerca, ¿no? Cumples en diciembre. Ya es casi 27. Tienes casi 27. Pero estás muy cerca. ¿Cómo ves esta retrospección de cuando ibas a ser o querías ser el primer peso mosca mexicano en el UFC a este recorrido que has tenido a lo que es el día de hoy, la pelea, pues que ya te tiene en la antesala de la pelea del título?
Híjole, pues mira, es muy buena pregunta, Carlos. Mucha experiencia, mucha terquedad de mi parte, mucho ser disciplinado, ser persistente, no rendirme nunca, sacrificar las cosas que tuve que sacrificar a lo largo del camino. En ese entonces me acuerdo que iba volviendo del programa de desarrollo de Albuquerque, Nuevo México, en Jackson's MMA. Jalé mucha experiencia de ahí, o sea, no entro al The Ultimate Fighter Latinoamérica la primera temporada porque no tenía la mayoría de edad para Estados Unidos. Entonces me voy a Arizona, hago un récord de 5 victorias allá, gano un cinturón, lo defiendo 3 veces. Entonces, mucha experiencia, me han pasado muchas cosas. Ya ni siquiera me acordaba que había dicho 26, pero es una locura, ¿no? Cómo pasa el tiempo y cómo piensas que todo está tan lejano, pero conforme va pasando el tiempo, tú sigues entrenando, tú sigues enfocado, ni te das cuenta y las cosas pasan. Eso es algo que es muy bonito.
Y a lo mejor si este año no hubiera sido tan extraño, estarías peleando por el título a los 26.
Puede ser, a lo mejor esta sería mi tercer pelea en el año y estaría peleando por el campeonato y sería Nostradamus en este momento.
Oye, le preguntaba a Alex, obviamente él dice, no puedo controlar lo que pase con Deiveson, pero ya lo vimos fallar el peso contra Joe Benavides. No sé si está en tu mente, ¿no? Pero es algo que puede pasar. ¿Estás pensando que el viernes... a alguna hora decir yo tengo que dar 125 porque está la posibilidad de que yo me tenga que subir al estelar?
Sí, de hecho yo estaba platicando en la mañana con Raúl que quiero dar las 25. O sea, obviamente, si por ahí se me complica el corte y ya no puedo bajar más, pues paro, ¿no? Pero la meta real es dar 125 libras. Ahorita estoy bien ligero, me pesé en la mañana, estoy muy, muy bien de peso. Yo lo que quiero es que no dé peso Alex. O sea, que no de peso Figueiredo otra vez nos metería en esa mezcla medio extraña, una situación medio extraña como cuando no dio peso en contra de Joe, ¿no? Entonces, no sé qué podría pasar si Figueiredo no da el peso, ya sería decisión de la compañía. Yo estoy listo para lo que venga, Carlos.
Oye, y finalmente, algo que me imagino que no solamente para ti, sino todos los de la división les debe preocupar, es que Cody Garbrandt está tuiteando en estos días y sigue como queriendo llamar la atención. ¿Piensas que el episodio de Garbrandt ya pasó o que todavía puede meterse por ahí?
Hermano, no sé. O sea, eso... No es que me tenga sin cuidado, porque obvio no. O sea, sé que sí es una probabilidad pequeña ahí que Cody Garbrandt quiera regresar. Pero, hermano, o sea, no sé. Simplemente no se lo merece. O sea, yo creo que no es justo. No sería justo que este tipo viniera a querer saltarse toda la línea y pasar por el título. O sea... Sé que la vida no es justa, pero creo que ya lo hizo una vez y en ese momento lo entendí. O sea, si vuelve a pasar, no tendría cómo entenderlo. O sea, el tipo viene de ser noqueado. O sea, ni siquiera más o menos, lo noquearon 3 veces seguidas, feo, desmayado en la lona. Viene de ganar la última en contra de un Rafael Asunzao que a lo mejor ya no está en su mejor momento, seamos sinceros. Entonces, no sé, creo que no sería justo, ya pasó una vez, pero creo que esta vez ya sería el colmo completamente.
Bueno, Brandon, pues muchas gracias y suerte el sábado y que sea un buen show.
Un abrazo, hermano, un abrazo, Carlos.
We will take the last set of questions from Danny Segura with MMA Junkie.
Let's go, MMA Junkie.
¿Qué tal, Brandon? ¿Cómo te va?
¿Qué tranza, Dani? Aquí estamos chidos, delgaditos.
Oye, te noto muy contento y muy feliz y de muy buenos ánimos. Y pues ya hemos visto en el pasado otros peleadores estar en la misma situación en la que has estado, en la que estás ahora mismo. Y pues generalmente se ven un poco descontentos, un poco bravos y se nota en el día de medios. Para ti, ¿cuál fue la diferencia o por qué o cómo haces para estar tan feliz y para estar tan contento y enfrentar las cosas siempre con positividad?
Mira, yo creo que lo principal es que llevo haciendo dieta durante 1 mes y medio, Dani. Entonces, o sea, una dieta estricta durante 1 mes y medio. Obviamente ha sido bien duro, pero ahorita mi peso está excelente. Mi peso está muy bien. Estoy jalando los nutrientes necesarios. Aquí el Performance Institute nos está dando la comida. La verdad es que sí, tengo hambre, claro que sí. Pero mi cuerpo se siente excelente y se siente con energía. Y obviamente, de cierta manera, entiendo a los otros peleadores que a lo mejor ya no tienen el ánimo necesario para estar aguantando cosas. Yo nunca he sido así. Si tú le preguntas a la gente a mi alrededor que está conmigo cuando tengo que cortar peso, yo nunca he sido así. Nunca me pongo malhumorado. Obviamente, claro, sí, de repente. Pero no es mi estado de ánimo general durante mi fight week. Entonces, nada, o sea, y aparte, no sé, estoy disfrutando el momento. Estoy disfrutando mucho el momento. Ha sido muy bonito toda esta semana porque he visto que UFC me está poniendo atención y ha puesto atención un poco en lo que estoy haciendo y me gusta porque en este momento tengo la experiencia para abrazar toda esa atención y seguir adelante y no distraerme, ¿no? Y eso es chido.
Vale, súper. Y oye, obviamente tú esperas una victoria el sábado, pero ¿qué crees que va a ser la diferencia o las diferencias que te van a dar un resultado favorable en UFC 255?
Fácil, lo quiero más. Facilísimo, lo quiero más. Yo necesito de esta victoria. Yo la quiero más. O sea, tengo familia, tengo esposa, tengo metas. O sea, mi meta a largo plazo, de hecho, eso, o sea, lo tengo bien presente en mi mente. O sea, mi meta a largo plazo en este momento estoy a punto de cumplirla, que es ser campeón de la UFC. La tengo cerquita, no puedo dejar que se me vaya. O sea, la tengo ahí. Ya después que gane el campeonato tengo que plantearme metas nuevas, ¿no? Porque siempre es importante tener metas, estar enfocado en ellas y tener un material con que seguir trabajando. Entonces, pero simplemente no lo quiero dejar ir, ¿no? Me siento bien motivado.
Y ese combate contra Brandon Royval, ¿cómo lo ves? ¿Cómo crees que se desarrolla? ¿Y tienes alguna predicción para la pelea?
Mira, yo creo que el primer round va a empezar duro entre los dos. Tengo que marcar una diferencia en mi técnica porque por ahí creo que Royval es bueno, pero técnicamente de pie por ahí le fallan ciertas cosas que estuvimos estudiando durante el campamento, ¿no? Tengo que tener mucho cuidado de su jiu-jitsu brasileño, es bueno, es agresivo, no le importa estar con la espalda a la lona porque siempre está tratando de lanzar las piernas a ver qué atrapa, un brazo, el cuello, un triángulo. Entonces tengo que tener cuidado con eso, pero veo la pelea imponiendo el estilo conforme vaya pasando los rounds y llevándome la victoria.
Vale, muchísimas gracias, Brandon, y mucha suerte el sábado.
Dale, Dani, un abrazo.
Thank you so much, Brandon. That's all the time we have for you, sir.
Yeah!
Next up, we will be joined by UFC light heavyweight Paul Craig. now welcome the number 15 ranked UFC light heavyweight contender, Paul Craig. Paul, thank you for the time, sir.
It's a pleasure, man. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm good, man. It's a bit strange not actually getting to see your face here, but we'll deal with it.
I can imagine. Hey, you're doing great already. Paul, I asked Shogun this. I'd like to ask you this. It's been a year since the first fight. You've both fought different guys since then. Why is it important for you personally to get this one back?
You know, you have a draw on your record. It means there's some unfinished business, and I believe that there is. Straight after the fight, he said he wants to run it back. I've been very vocal about running it back, and now we get to do that in Vegas.
Forgive me if this is an obvious question, but did you travel from Scotland to Vegas for this fight?
Yeah, especially seeing this pandemic where flights have been cancelled. We had to do the long way round basically. My flights were cancelled 3 times, and then we managed to get there. And my last parting message to the UFC travel department was, just get me there. It needs to happen.
That was my question, because we have heard about, closures in Europe and everything else. Can you just describe what your route to Vegas was like? I mean, you say the long way around. What does that mean? How many stops did you have to make and where?
We started off obviously Glasgow to Amsterdam, had a bit of a layover in there, went to Minneapolis, and then from Minneapolis to Vegas, rather than that direct flight, which would have been lovely. But, as long as we're here and we're able to have the fights able to go ahead, then I don't mind doing the travelling.
Since the first fight, obviously the whole world has been changed up a little bit. Were you still able to bring in the same people and just essentially all of the same things to prepare for Shogun as you did the last time?
I think we've actually had a better camp due to the lockdown. It's made us able to focus solely on professional fighters and all the guys we've got in the gym. So although the gym may have taken a hit financially through the memberships and all this kind of stuff, the fighters have flourished because they've had that one-on-one support, and we've been able to construct a little bubble. So there's a very little chance of us contracting the virus.
My final question, do you feel that Shogun is any different as a fighter compared to the last fight? And did you prepare for him any differently in terms of the strategy or everything else?
I don't see Shogun Rua as developing as much as myself. When you've got hunger and you've got goals, I feel you develop a lot quicker. And in a year, I've came night and day with regards to conditioning. My striking skills leveled up, my jiu-jitsu skills leveled up. Everything I do is always about to improve myself. I believe that Shogun Rua has made improvements, but I don't feel he's made as as great as I have. And we'll see what happens on Saturday night with regards to if he develops massively. The last fight, I was able to take his shots. I was able to take him down. I was able to stand and strike with a striker. That's one of these things where you're always questioning yourself: are you able to stand and bang? Are you able to stop a Brazilian legend from passing your guard and getting into a dominant position? And I believe I've done that in that last fight. And we'll need to see on Saturday who's the better man.
Thank you, Paul. Good luck.
Pleasure, thanks.
We will take the next set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 4 to Win podcast.
Hello, Craig. How you doing? Hello, Paul. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you absolutely fine. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for your time. Well, the first fight with Shogun you took on short notice. In which degree do you think this factor affected your performance in the first fight? And how do you feel about this rematch with a proper camp under your belt?
Yeah, having a full camp for any fight's a massive advantage. You spend more time drilling the positions, you spend more time developing to fight a specific opponent. Having it in the 10 days, 3 weeks notice, eventually the conditioning wasn't as at the high level as we possibly could have had it in. We probably didn't have drill enough positions in depth enough, but this was an opportunity and I took it, and I wouldn't have taken it if I wasn't ready, and I showed that in the night that I had something. I had that bit of lackluster, I had the exchanges against the cage, I had the ability to take him down. So although the full camp will make a massive difference because we're able to drill certain positions where we felt, myself and my coach felt that we could have done better, We're going to see a totally different fighter from what you've seen me fighting in my previous win against Andy Gulov and the last time I drew again.
You're one of the best submission artists in the division, which shows in your fight performance on the night, and being one of the most condecorated light heavyweights in UFC history with that. But in your first fight with Shogun, you looked really good on the exchange on the feet, especially in the first round. How much has improved that, your striking, and how do you analyze this second fight from that standpoint?
Yeah, as you said, we're a submission guy, if you will. But what happens when the submission guy spends day in, day out drilling boxing, drilling Thai boxing, working on his fine motor skills that we develop for striking? You end up with a far better fighter, and that's what you're going to see come Saturday night. My striking is one of these areas where I've been constantly working on, as well as still adding the still working on my jiu-jitsu, working on these positions that I'm really dangerous in. But ultimately, we've spent a lot of time with the striking, and it's going to show, and it has showed in my previous fights, where every single fight I'm a totally different fighter. And I think that's what keeps me hungry for this sport, and that's what keeps me developing within the light heavyweight rankings. I'm going to constantly keep getting up there. And the day I stop developing as a fighter is the day that I leave the sport.
If you get past Shogun, who do you have in mind next?
You know, there's 13 guys in front of me, and I'll take any one of them. Ultimately, the goal is the title. So whoever's got that title, be it Blachowicz, be it Izzy, we don't mind, but that's ultimately what we're looking for. We set these goals about getting into the top 15, and we've achieved it. Win against Shogun Rua would potentially put us in the top 10 mix, and then after that, it's going to be top 5 and getting a 5-round fight and working on that title. Ultimately, leading 2020, the year of the Scot.
Well, Paul, best of luck in your fight. I appreciate you. I'm really looking forward to this fight. So best of luck, man.
Thanks very much, man.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Paul. That is all the questions we had for you, sir.
Got it? Beautiful, man.
That's it.
Easy.
Thank you. Next up, we will be joined by UFC women's flyweight Katlyn Chookagian. We now welcome the number 2 ranked UFC women's flyweight contender in the world, Katlyn Chookagian. Katlyn, thank you for the time today.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Capeside Press.
Hey, Katlyn, it's good to see you again. Fast turnaround. Can you talk about how this one came together so soon after the last one?
Yeah, after my last fight, I had no injuries, and obviously with the outcome of that, I was definitely eager to get back in there and get a win. So I was asking the UFC to fight in December. My teammate, Sajara Eubanks, is fighting in December. So I figured if I'm sparring with her and helping her out for this camp, I might as well fight too. And then they called and they were like, can you fight November in 3 weeks? And I was like, okay, let's go.
Going back to the fight with Jessica, when I watched it back, we didn't really get to see you, hear from you after the fight, but it felt like that one really just came down to a buzzer beater for her. You got up so quickly after the ref called it off. Was that one of those cases that just, the ref called it, but if you'd got to the second round, you felt like you would have recovered from the body shot?
Absolutely. I mean, the second that stopped, I was totally fine, but unfortunately, that's just how body shots work, where you're fine after it. And you know what I mean? I think if I wasn't taking it, when I look at it, from my point of view, when I was on the ground, I wasn't taking any hard shots. So it's like, couldn't you just waited literally 2 seconds, and then I would have been fine for the second and third round. But But yeah, I mean, I don't, just got to move on. There's nothing you can do about it now.
I know before the last fight you'd made some headlines because you did talk about you want to start a family and that you may be done after that point. I saw your interview with James Lynch, and I just want to ask you to confirm you're taking this fight because you love to fight. You're not necessarily trying to rush through a couple fights on your contract because you know you're going to start a family soon.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like I said before, I've said that, like, you know, I'm getting towards the tail end of my career and I want to start having a family and, you know, switching to that part of my life. And then as soon as I said that, everyone's like, her head's not in it. This is her last fight. I didn't say it was my last fight. I don't even know when my last fight would be. You know, I didn't know if it was, I'm just taking it one fight at a time and seeing how I feel. And I'm still super into it. I mean, I had my fight and then 4 days later, I was like, you know, my husband's like, oh, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm driving to Jersey to go spar. So I was like, obviously, right after my fight, I'm going to spar, you know, so I'm still into it. Yeah, I'm just going with the flow, not thinking about it too far ahead of time. I'm not thinking about anything past Saturday.
My final question, you get this win over Cynthia. This would kind of put you in a very interesting spot because I think outside of Jessica, other people would say, well, Lauren Murphy's maybe right behind her, but you have the victory over Lauren. In a way, do you feel like this one could really kind of leap you right back to that, you know, one fight away from the title picture?
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe I would need another fight after that, or maybe not, just kind of see how everything like pans out with the division. But yeah, if I need, you know, if they're going to give me another title shot, of course I want that and I'll take it. If I need to fight again, I'm happy to do that. I've been kind of in the top 5 of the division since it's opened up. I don't think I've been lower than that. You know, I fought 5 times this year and all but one were top 5 opponents. One was being Valentina. So yeah, I definitely think with a win over here, I'm still remain in my spot.
Thank you, Katlyn. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katlyn. That was actually all the questions we had for you. You were all set.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will be joined by UFC middleweight Joaquin Buckley. We now welcome UFC middleweight Joaquin Buckley. Mr. Buckley, thank you for the time today, sir.
No, thank you.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Capeside Press.
Hey, Joaquin. So obviously you get that knockout. It's anywhere and everywhere. Can you talk about how life has changed since then?
Life has changed, man, just with people knowing my name and, having that exposure right now is a big deal, because all it does is bring more profit to me, and allows me to get more fights and people come after me, whatnot, just trying to get that name. So, it does a lot for me. And that's the only thing that's changed is just the exposure for me. I'm known now instead of unknown.
Do you ever randomly find yourself watching it back on your phone or anything?
I can't help but run into it all the time. People tagging me in it, but, I don't really be tripping off of it, It's something that it was just a moment, It's time to make another one come November 21st.
When you have a performance like that and you go back to the gym, can you where do you even start in terms of, what do we need to work on? Because I'm assuming it's a bit of a weird feeling because you have that amazing high.
No, not at all, man. We never get high off of what we do. We just constantly keep working and keep getting better and just adding to the game. So, I'm never getting high off of what, my success, It's where my failures are. So we just look at what, we heard that and we just keep working on the tools. That's it.
Can you talk about getting the call? Because this is a relatively quick turnaround. Like when they asked you, did they tell you, hey, we want to strike while the iron is hot and get you right back in there?
Right. So I got a, almost like a text, whatnot, from the management team, just letting me know that, I had a fight. Actually, this fight was supposed to be set up in January. I was like, nah, I really want to fight a little sooner than that. And the UFC hooked me up. And it was like, all right, November. I said, say less. So it was a good, they really trying to work with me and push me further. So I love it. So
my last one, what are your thoughts on Jordan Wright as an opponent?
I think he's a great guy, what I'm saying? Just feel sorry for him that, he got to fight a person like me because I'm coming for the head all day.
I hear you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Oh, wait, well, hold on. We will take the next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Joaquin, coming out of the last fight, as you mentioned, your knockout was everywhere, and it's probably going to end up being, knockout of the year when it's all said and done. But how important is it for you to build on that, to go out there, and obviously you can't predict you're going to have another knockout like that, but to build on that and show that, it wasn't a one-trick pony, it wasn't a fluke that you hit that knockout and kind of go out and do, have a great fight this time?
I feel you. Right now, what I use for this knockout, for now having exposure, I just network. I network with other people, and I just pretty much just try to gain them connections, whatever, that I never had before, because that's the only thing that this kick has brought, which, we're cool, extra 50,000, that's awesome, but the exposure is so much more right now, so that actually brings more money, and then, like I said, to make better connections within the UFC as well. So that's what we're working on, just making bigger connections and networking with other people.
As you said, at this point, it's kind of unavoidable to see the knockout and talk about the knockout, but I got to ask you, of all the things that came after that moment, how cool was it to see the Kanye West thing?
It was awesome, man. It was awesome. I can't, say it enough, I'm appreciative of Kanye West for, throwing that out there. He's a legend within the hip-hop community, and for him to be inspired by my kick, and come out with a little classic hit like that, it's pretty cool. So I'm grateful. That's it.
I don't want to take the attention away from the fight with Jordan Wright. Obviously, undefeated guy, very good, and I'll get back to him in a second. But I think a lot of people are still talking about the possibility of you fighting James Krause I'm sure you've seen a lot of things he said about you after your fight. Is that something that you would want to pursue after this fight?
Most definitely, but there's no reason to talk about him. Jordan Wright needs his respect. You know what I mean? 11-0. I got a dangerous dude in front of me. 11 finishes and whatnot. You know, there's no need to talk about James Krause. You know, all the people that he beat or won against, whatever, is not even signed with the UFC anymore. So no reason to talk about it.
And last thing, talking about Jordan Wright, coming into the last one, Impa had a lot of, hype around him coming off the Contender Series. He was talking about jumping into, short notice fights against top 15 fighters. And obviously you silenced that pretty quickly with your knockout. Jordan, undefeated guy, do you feel like this is kind of a fun way to, kind of build yourself, taking his first loss, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I'm handing out lessons, man. That's it. You know what I mean? So I'm making fighters better. They're not going to quit after that. You know what I mean? They still going to be in the game, but I'm making them better. So I'm handing them that first loss. Trust me, I know what it felt like when I took my first L. It didn't stop me. It made me better. So I feel proud to do that, hand people their first loss.
Thank you, Joaquin.
Yes, sir.
We will take our next set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 4 to Win podcast.
Hey, Joaquin, how you doing? Good to talk to you.
Yes, sir. Same.
It's a pleasure to talk to you. I'm talking to you from Santiago, Chile, a place where you made a lot of fans. I wanted to ask you about, really. It was all over the local news. It was a great KO, yeah. So everybody's talking about the KO. I wanted to give it a little bit of a spin to the question. I wanted to know what was the most memorable reaction to it. Either by a fan on social media, by a family member. I know Kanye West is pretty big as a reaction, you're right. But there's a lot of things that probably a lot of people told you. So I wanted to know what was the most important ones or the one that stick out the most.
I don't know, man. You got so many, bro. You got so many, just like, the outpour from thousands, of people, from all over the world, just at once messaging me, And as well, so I played this guy named Freak, artist from Abu Dhabi, whatever, his music called Walla Kilmer, and he even reached out, he was able to see that, so that was pretty cool, to people that's just on the grind and trying to better themselves, whatever, supporting one another within that type of manner. So that was pretty cool. So it's just too many, man. It's too many, to just name out one. All right.
Yeah, but Kanye, wow.
Right.
I feel you, bro. So I wanted to give you a chance to address to the new fans in South America, Latin America, the Spanish-speaking fans. What could they expect for this Saturday?
Just expect fireworks. There's nothing different. Anytime I go out there, it's exciting. It's never going to be a boring fight. I don't care about whether I win or lose as long as you're entertained. As long as you're entertained, that's my job. So I'm going to go out there, have fun, do what I do, and just look for that finish again. Hopefully within the first round.
Best of luck, sir. Hopefully you'll get it done. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No luck needed.
Thank you so much, Joaquin. That is all the questions we had for you, sir.
Blessings, man. Thank you so much.
We now welcome UFC Women's Flyweight Champion Valentina Shevchenko. Valentina, thank you for the time.
Hello, guys. How are you?
We're going to take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Capeside Press.
Hey, Valentina, how are you?
Everything good, thank you.
Can I ask, are you wearing a camera around your neck right now?
Wearing what?
A camera?
No, it's a mask.
Oh, okay. You and your sister are so close. Do you feel more nervous for her fight or yours for this Saturday?
Right now, at this moment, a very hard question. I think, of course, my fight. I cannot say more nervous for her fight because I know I cannot help her to do anything inside the octagon. She's only one who can bring the victory to her. And I'm only one who can bring the victory to me. And that's why both of us, we have to focus on our own performance, our own feeling, how we feel towards the fight, during the fight, after the weight cut, and everything. It's very excited. It's very huge things to fight, to be first sister to fight in the same UFC. But in the same time, you cannot allow too much emotion passing through you before the fight, even during the fight.
I asked her because usually, either of you is fighting and the other one is focused completely on helping her win the fight. So this week, what are you guys doing differently? Because obviously you don't have the other to help you during the week because they got to focus.
We're still trying to help each other before the fight, doing some stuff like during the training, after the training, just small things to make it more comfortable for both of us. But yes, how I mentioned before, the whole concentration is very different than other fight.
Valentina, I assume over the last few years, you've obviously done so great. You've become more popular. You're best friends with Halle Berry. I imagine it would be easy to really enjoy becoming more famous. So how do you stay so focused? Because not every champion, seems to be able to keep it. What helps you to stay so grounded that you've been able to stay at this level for so long?
People who cannot manage it, they are just not ready for it. I was getting ready for this moment during all my... That's why I know exactly how to manage everything. I know what's the primary, what is the secondary. When it's time to completely go deep training and disconnect anything, and when it's time to enjoy and be more open for the people to show more from yourself. I know what is right time for each of the action. This is what helped me a lot.
I want to ask you my final one. I know everybody must still continue to ask you if you're a spy. My question is it annoying because so many people are still doing it, or is it nice because they think you are that cool?
It's very funny. I would say, of course, when you see a person who loves to shoot, who will fighting and doing probably more different stuff, people think, something wrong with that person. But I would like my idea that a person can be anything. It can be multitasked. It doesn't matter if he is a fighter, it has to be just a fighter. He can be or she can be whoever she wants. And even being a fighter, it doesn't mean that you are limited to learn something more, to learn different profession and be also good at this profession. This is what I want to show in my lifestyle.
I think you're doing a great job. Thank you and best of luck.
We will take the next set of questions from Sebastian Secanti with Somos MMA.
Hola Valentina, ¿cómo estás? ¿Se me escucha?
Hola, sí, te escucho.
Perfecto. Bueno, primero que nada quería preguntarte cómo imaginás la pelea. Eres una rival muy dura, pero la cual te quería preguntar, ¿cuáles crees vos que podrían ser las llaves para tu victoria y de qué cosas también tendrías que tener cuidado de Jennifer Maia?
Sabes, yo tengo que mostrar todo lo que tengo, ser yo misma, no fingir, no ser nadie más, yo misma, dar toda mi técnica que tengo, toda la experiencia que tengo, estar muy enfocada en lo que hago.
Bueno, el sábado vas a pelear justamente en la misma cartelera que tu hermana Antonina, y ambas suelen siempre acompañarse mucho. ¿Crees que el hecho de que ella luche la misma noche que tú puede llegar a condicionarte un poco en sentido de quizás ceder un poco tu concentración sobre ti misma y preocuparte por cómo está ella?
No, nunca. Nunca nos va a pasar. Yo creo que esto se pasa con la gente que no tiene mucha experiencia de estar en esta situación. Nosotros con Antonina estuvimos peleando en el mismo evento hasta que nosotros tenemos en campeonatos mundiales de Muay Thai. Así peleas como yo o ella primera y la siguiente pelea es una de nosotras. Entonces esto fue como tú ves como tu hermana está peleando, pero tú sabes que el siguiente paso, la siguiente pelea es tu pelea. Entonces nosotros ya hemos vivido tanto tiempo que ya nosotros sabemos cómo controlar todas las emociones. Por eso esto no va a afectar de ninguna manera a performance.
Perfecto. Bueno, Jennifer Maia dijo hace un rato que Amanda Nunes le estuvo dando consejos para pelear contra ti. Quería saber qué opinas con respecto a esto.
Quiero decir que tenga mucho cuidado para escuchar a Amanda Nunes, porque una vez ella dijo a Jessica, hay un consejo, dijo algo, pero tú ya viste cómo terminó la pelea.
Claro. Bueno, hace rato también se sabe de tu interés sobre pelear una nueva vez contra Amanda Nunes. Quería saber si te ves dentro de la categoría en la que hoy estás por mucho tiempo o si te gustaría subir. ¿Cómo imaginas tu 2021?
Yo veo a mí defendiendo muchas veces mi cinturón, mi título de la campeona flyweight. Lo que viene, estoy muy abierta para todas las oportunidades.
Perfecto. Bueno, quería saber, además, bueno, hace no mucho estuviste peleando, defendiendo tu título aquí en Sudamérica. Quería saber qué sentiste y además si existió alguna chance antes de que exista esta pandemia del coronavirus, de que sea algún evento en Perú.
Yo creo que todo es posible porque UFC ya había muchos accesos en países latinoamericanos, claro que sí, Brasil, creo que Argentina,
sí.
Creo que Chile también era, Uruguay donde he peleado yo, y yo creo que todo es posible que ya vamos a tener un evento en Perú también. Me gustaría mucho pelear en Latinoamérica. De verdad, cuando yo regresé después de algunos años en América y ya sentí el aire de Latinoamérica, el idioma, la cultura, de todo esto, yo me sentí tan como en la casa y sí, de verdad me gustaría pelear más en Latinoamérica.
Perfecto. Y la última de mi parte, hace un rato Antonina dijo que no tenían nada planeado en caso de que ambas consigan la victoria en cuanto a festejo. Entonces, quiero preguntarte cuál sería para ti el festejo ideal para las hermanas Shevchenko en caso de que ganen, qué les gustaría hacer o qué acostumbran a hacer.
Yo creo que vamos a ir a un restaurante peruano. Aquí el restaurante peruano, hay un excelente restaurante. Vamos a ir para tener comida peruana y es, yo creo que el mejor festejo que se puede tener.
Bueno, perfecto. Muchas gracias y mucha suerte para tu pelea, Valentín.
Gracias.
We will take the next set of questions from Carlos Contreras with Milenio Diario.
Hola, Valentina.
Hola.
Preguntarte por esta pelea, Jennifer. Parece que cada vez en las apuestas eres más favorita que las rivales y porque has seguido ganando. De alguna forma, ¿sientes que eso afecta para tu carrera, que la gente piense que eres tan dominante, ¿no? que pues encuentren pocas posibilidades de que pierdas y pocas expectativas porque saben que vas a ganar o piensan que vas a ganar siempre?
¿De qué manera se puede afectarme? No sé, no veo aquí. Solamente estoy entrenando tan duro para tener una pelea un poco más fácil, pero si podrían ver cómo estoy entrenando, cómo, qué tal son estos, ya van a poder entender todo. Porque yo entreno más duro que todos mis contrincantes.
Recientemente se retiró Khabib y mucha gente habla de él como el campeón más dominante en su división. Pero parece que desde que estás en 125 no hay nadie que esté ni siquiera cerca de ti. ¿Cómo te sientes tú en ese sentido cuando viene la plática del campeón más dominante en la historia o la campeona más dominante en la historia?
Tú sabes, yo no estoy enfocada mucho en lo que están diciendo. Y yo estoy enfocada en mis entrenamientos. Lo que a mí más interesa es hacer mi pelea, hacer mi performance mejor que otra, más dominante, mucho más técnica, mucho más fuerte. Es lo que de verdad estoy, no soy persona que piensa de lo que otras dicen. No, estoy más, estoy creando mi propio camino, mi propio estilo de vida. Y esto es lo que yo hago. Yo no quiero escuchar a nadie, solamente nada en cómo yo.
Sabemos que eres una muy buena peleadora, pero también te vimos muy bien en los comentarios el otro día, incluso traduciendo del ruso al español. ¿Cómo te sentiste y es algo que te gustaría hacer en el futuro cuando te retires?
Tú sabes, no es primera vez que hemos hecho esto con UFC Español. Fue experiencia excelente. Nosotros hemos comentado UFC Chile, ahora el último UFC. Sí, de verdad me gustaría hacerlo más porque la gente con quien estoy trabajando son excelentes. ¿Sabes? Todo es así como fluido en una atmósfera muy buena y no tengo que esperar hasta que me puedo hacer todo de una vez.
Muy bien, pues felicidades Valentina y ojalá que sea otra buena pelea el sábado.
Muchas gracias.
We will take the next set of questions from Luis Green from MMA Crazy.
Valentina, you're back fighting in Las Vegas this weekend, and the last time you fought in Vegas was your first fight against Amanda Nunes. How are you enjoying being back in Vegas?
I live in Las Vegas last 3 years, and I really enjoy to live here. It's a very beautiful place, and nature is gorgeous. UFC performance is to train, to have nutrition stuff, to have physical therapy in there. So it's anything that a fighter could wish here in Las Vegas. I had all my training happened here, and I would say that I'm in the form, very ready for my fight this.
Definitely, and it's a very different field to fight weight this time around. How are you dealing with all of the new COVID protocols?
Trying to manage it. I'm kind of the person who not thinking, are in the diffusion, because trying to find the way to make it better than it was. But in general, my lifestyle is very outdoors, being on the nature all the time. My trainings they are very private. I have my coach Pavel Fedotov, and we have here in Las Vegas very good training partners, and they're like every time helping us in our preparation. So I would say my trainings was not
And you're defending your title for the 4th time this Saturday against Jennifer Maia. What was your reaction when her name was put forward and you knew that she was going to be next for the title?
Okay, she's the next. This was my reaction. Okay.
And what do you think of Maia as an opponent? And do you see any areas of her game that might present any dangers to you?
I think she's a good fighter. She's MMA. She has good stand-up, good ground game. I hope she's gonna win everything because I really hope she's gonna do it because I don't want like.
And she has had a history of missing weight in the past. Do you have any worries that she won't hit the flyweight mark when it's time to weigh in?
I don't feel that she's gonna miss. I feel she is.
And how do you see the fight playing out on Saturday, and how do you get your victory?
There is only one way I see it. It doesn't matter what I have to do, I will do it. I know everything. I was working so hard. I really know focused on what I'm doing. There is no way. There is no side.
Okay, thank you so much.
We will take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Valentina, you always talk about, when you go into a fight, no matter who you're facing, you treat them with the utmost respect. But obviously, there's a lot of expectation that you're going to win this fight. Do you ever feel like you have to live up to certain expectations, or the kind of pressure that goes on you as champion to go out there and perform and win, but also win impressively?
Every fight, it's a lot of responsibility. It's a lot of pressure. Doesn't matter in what situations you are. It doesn't matter really, because I never was kind of like a person who go into the octagon or ring and, I'm here just to enjoy, make fun, and then go back home and do whatever I want. No, when I go there, I'm focused on the victory. I know this is the most important and only one thing that I training very hard to to make my performance the best one. There is no extra pressure or something extra. Fighting by itself, it's already pressure.
I know you're 100% focused on Jennifer Maia, but I've got to ask you, Jessica Andrade recently jumped in the division, and I know you don't pick your opponents. You're not going to say she's next, but is it exciting to have somebody like Jessica in the division, another former champion? Because I know, obviously, you want to continue to build the flyweight division. Is it good to have somebody like Jessica, as a contender?
It's in general, flyweights, they are super good. They are very strong. They have very good skills, very good level. And I'm saying that the future of women MMA in UFC, it's behind flyweight, because I think this weight is optimal for a lot of girls, because you can see moving down from bantamweight, going up from strawweight, coming from all around different promotions, and you can see how good they are. It's not just one name; it's all of them. You can see all top 15, and if you're gonna watch particularly each one, they are super good, very good.
Were you impressed by her fight with Katlyn Chookagian?
I didn't watch it. I watched just a little pieces on Instagram over the last KO, but I didn't watch the full performance.
And last thing for me, I know we talked about your appearance in the movie Bruised. I'm sure you saw the news that it sold to Netflix for like $20 million. Did you talk to Hallie? Were you excited for that news that everyone's going to get to see your movie soon? And obviously that's a big deal for the movie to sell for that much money.
I'm very excited, and I hope I cannot wait when I can see it complete all from the beginning to the end. I watched a few parts of the movie, and I would say I hope it's gonna have a lot of success. Hallie gonna be amazing director of the movie, because she did so good. She did so good job here in this movie. It was, to work with her, it was so smooth, and she knows the right words, what to do, even like being focused in her performance, in her acting, same time to see all the she has to see. So I hope she's gonna have a lot of success, and I will be in her team for the next one.
Thank you, Valentina.
We will take the last set of questions from Cote Cruz with the 4-to-Win podcast.
Hola Valentina, ¿cómo estás?
Todo bien, gracias.
Un gusto poder conversar contigo. Vamos a hablar en inglés para poder compartir con los colegas tus impresiones. Being such a dominant champion in this division in terms of pure skill, and also considering that this is going to be your 4th title defense, I'd love to know your opinion on the current state of this division and the possibility of going for that double champ status against Amanda in a trilogy. Do you prefer multiple title defenses on one division, or do you see value on multiple titles on different divisions?
My goal at this moment is to defend my belt as long as I can. But I'm not discarding any opportunity. So everything is open. But for me, the goal number 1 is.
I'm sorry, Valentina, I lost you there. I didn't hear your reply. I'm so sorry.
I say my goal is to defend my belt. You hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Good. To defend my belt for as long as I can, but I'm not discarding any weight class as well. But it has to be right fight, right opponent, right time.
What do you think about your role in women's MMA and the figure of inspiring women to compete in martial arts and to learn martial arts to defend themselves? What is your feeling about this influence you can make on women?
I hope it's good. I hope there is a girl who wants to like me. I hope so.
We know that you've been living in Peru for a while. Could you tell us about how was your experience and what kind of things caught your eye? And at the same time, could you talk about the development of MMA in Latin America?
I think the MMA in Latin America is on a very good level, very good fighters in there, MMA, Muay Thai, everything. We lived in Peru, me, my sister, coach, Pavel Fed for 8 years in Latin America. Great country. So a lot, the culture, the food, everything. Nature, of course. We lived in Peru, and when you have the ocean, gorgeous ocean, then jungle, selva, Amazon, mountains. You have opportunity to prepare for anything. I mean, in terms when you fight on the altitude, you have to find the perfect condition for your training. They have it all. So it's no much traveling. You have everything in one.
Finalmente, me gustaría darte una oportunidad de que pudieras dirigirte a los fans de habla hispana y que pudieras comentar qué deberíamos estar esperando este sábado en tu próxima pelea.
Por primero quiero agradecer a todos, a toda la gente que siempre por energía positiva. Quiero decir que lo aprecio mucho, de verdad lo aprecio de todo mi corazón. Muchas gracias a ustedes.
Thank you so much for your time, Valentina. Best of luck on Saturday, champ. I appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Valentina. Next up, we will be joined by the last athlete for the day, UFC welterweight Mike Perry. We now welcome UFC welterweight Mike Perry. Mike, thank you for the time today, sir.
Yo, you're welcome. Thank you.
We will take the first set of questions from Gabriel Gonzalez with Cageside Press.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. I think we all knew you were never going to let Darren Till into your corner, but do you ever take any other offers seriously? Because I'm sure they must have come in.
Yeah, I mean, I took some into consideration, but it didn't really work out. So, just moved on from it.
A lot of people were looking forward to a banger between you and Robbie. Can you just discuss the adjustment to preparing from him to now Tim Means?
I think it's a very similar fight. Still a banger. Another dude who's going to throw some hands. He's got some sharp boxing. It's a little different boxing. It's more points, which makes it more difficult, I think. Robbie trying to throw some heat at my head would have made it easier to hit him with a harder shot.
The final one, people are obviously still going to be fascinated with your corner. Very bluntly, are they there as much for advice, or is it more moral support and you're just handling this by yourself on Saturday?
Yeah, you already know. This is all me. This is what I do. Platinum martial arts. I got the love of my life. That's the most important thing to me. That's motivational and I guess moral support, and I just want those people closest to me, the people that I feel are important to me, to be the ones to deserve to sit by me. Watch this, watch me try to do something special.
That's all for me. Thank you, Mike.
We will take the next set of questions from Simon Samano with MMA Junkie.
Hey, Mike, when we last saw you in the cage, you had a nice win against Mickey Gall. And then after that, we saw the video of what happened at the restaurant. We know that you reportedly went through alcohol dependency treatment. And of course, there were allegations of domestic violence by your ex-wife. Do you feel fortunate to still be on this card and in this situation, being able to compete on Saturday night?
I feel that the truth is always, out there, and yeah, man, I mean, I'm grateful for my opportunities, especially with all the things that seem to come against me. I'm still here, but I just I believe that I'm a good person, and I don't mean no harm on nobody unless we signed a death waiver.
The allegations that were made by your ex-wife, they're quite serious. And we haven't heard from you publicly since then, aside from a statement that came from your Twitter account. Do you deny the allegations that were made by her? And if so, why do you think Danielle would lie about that?
Yes, I deny the allegations that, our relationship, if you want to call it that, had its ups and downs, and it's long past due. Like this, we've been legally divorced, and there's just nothing really to back what she is saying. Maybe looking, I don't, it's I hope she can move forward and find some better life for herself.
We obviously heard her side, and I was just wondering, we haven't heard your side. Can you explain one of the things that happened the 911 call that was made by your mom? What led to that situation that night?
Man, my mom is a savage, man. She I've never disrespected my mother. That night only, and that was by revving my engine. And I drove across her grass, so she called the cops on me.
Did it do anything to hear?
All I did was give my mom a bunch of money for that. You know, she did that to me because she know, y'all go ask her. I've never, ever disrespected my mother. That was the only time ever. And it wasn't even, I just revved my engine. Like, I do that on the regular. So, my mom knows what's up.
What led to that situation that night, though? Obviously, we know what Danielle claims. She said you assaulted her that night. Do you care to share what led to her being barricaded in your mom's home?
I don't believe that you have that correct, because I did not assault her that night. And, you know, I don't believe that necessarily those allegations were made about the night that 911 call took place, because the night that took place, what happened was Danielle just went over to my mother's house, and I went over to talk to my mother to tell her to come outside and speak to me. And my mom said no. So I was like, what the heck? Like, can we have a conversation? What's going to happen? So, you know, my mom got upset with me because I was mad that she wouldn't go tell her to tell that girl to come outside and have a conversation with me. Like, whatever. It's cool.
Did it do anything to you, though, to hear your mom say that she feared for her life because
she's always been over dramatic and acting up since, you know, her and my dad had me, because my dad was a wild dude. So she always expected, you know, something from me. And that's probably one of the reasons that I never, ever disrespected my mother, ever. I just, you know, she looked out for me all the time growing up, and I tried to look out for her since a young age. You know, my mom's a hard worker. She's been a server for a long time. I always tip my servers well because I want people to tip my mom well, you know what I mean? I got respect for my mom, especially as a martial artist. I mean, that's one thing that we do martial arts for, is like, you know, we want to say about our mom's kids that, you know, our mom raised some tough kids, or she means business. You see what I'm saying? That's what happened with the 911 call. She was like I said, the first time I've ever even looked at my mom sideways by driving across the yard, she called the cops and said she feared for her life. That's my mom. She's sorry now. She know it come out. She ain't never had nothing she said come out. Now she thinking about it. But it's all good, because she was going for the jugular. You know what I mean? She was like, I'm going to get you in trouble then. So that's a mom don't play. I don't play with moms. I ain't playing.
And the last thing for me, Mike, you know, we know that you're expecting your first child, and congratulations on that. Fans have come to know you as sort of this wild man. You know, we've seen things that have happened outside the octagon. How do you expect fatherhood will change you?
Well, we're gonna practice with this first baby boy. You know, I guess we were just talking about this. A baby boy is a little easier. You know, it's a boy. You can be tougher on him and things like that. So, but we're gonna get our lives together a little more, and a little more organized, so that, you know, we can give our son a little sister. Have to have things more put together to be a girl dad and have a daughter and things like that. So I have ideas, and, you know, I just want to make something beautiful like my baby mama. She's so beautiful. So I want to put beautiful things out into the world. I'm sure our son is going to be a handsome little devil. For sure. So, you know, just excited, man, to see where life takes us, and how we're going to have fun together, all the different ways, since we're going to have kids and family. And my girl just, you know, she seemed to grow up a lot overnight. So, you know, maybe it's the mom is really coming out of her. So now she acts like my mom sometimes. Call the cops on me. Sure. Y'all worry about that.
Well, I appreciate you taking my questions. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't care.
We'll take the next set of questions from Steven Morocco with MMA Fighting.
Let's go.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Just to follow up a little bit on what Simon was asking, where do things stand now with your mom? Have you guys reconciled?
Yeah, man. My mom's good, bro. So, I'm looking forward to the holidays after this fight. Go see family, eat some Thanksgiving. I'm cutting this weight.
You seem more calm than I can remember seeing you in terms of your demeanor and the way you're approaching the media. Is there something different about you? Did things change after you went to treatment, after you got serious with Lattori, after the news of the baby?
Being with Lattori, I think she's so smart and how she keeps things simple and tries to stay relaxed. And, I don't know. I can see things in a lot of fighters and athletes and things like that. And I'm trying to, the way I described it was like, go by Mike Perry, things like that. But my girl calls me Michael. I'm trying to be more Michael these days. And, just be composed. And I believe I'll fight that way too.
Is that better for you in the cage, you think? Have you experienced that yet, or you thought about how that's going to affect the way you go after your opponents?
Yeah, you saw a little bit of it in the Mickey Gall fight. I believe that I still put pressure and walk them down, but it's with the slip a shot, or I'll try to throw at the same time they throw. I try to throw that counter shot, pick off what they're going to throw. Just trying to, with forward pressure, not trying to force the shot, but it just comes to me. I can't really explain it. It's just some angles that I see that I try to hit on people. And it goes in with the whole discussion of calm, composed, poised, and being under control of the situation, how radical it gets. And then being ready for that too, that's still there, you know what I mean? That's always going to be there inside of me. So let it out when I need to serve some energy, especially for Saturday.
And can you tell us about this other corner that you have besides Lattori?
Yeah, my boy Matthew. He's a good guy. He kind of just fell into the situation, and he's helped out with me and Lattori and helped us out. He knows my boy Alex, and me and Alex have been working to be in the corner for this weekend or whatever, and I don't know what's going on with that, but I wanted to give my buddy an opportunity, and I'm gonna go to work on Saturday, me and the team.
Is he from the fighting world, or is he just a friend?
He knows some things about fighting, but he's not really, he's in the world now, ain't he? I like to do that. I like to bring people in. They thought my girl had no experience, but look at her now. Her and my son already got a win in the UFC, corner, handling business.
And last one for me. From the things I was seeing online, it seemed like Darren actually wanted to corner you. He wanted to help you out. He wants to see you be successful. Despite all the back and forth you guys have had verbally on Twitter and whatnot, he wanted to help you out and he wanted to be there for you. Does that mean anything to you? Was there ever any thought in your mind that, maybe I should bury the hatchet and give this guy a chance? Was it just sort of a stunt? How did you feel about it?
It's an understanding between martial artists. When you see something that you have to respect it. So it's the way he sees me, because I've busted his face before. And, do have a type of respect for him. I know he's capable. I know he is skilled, sure. I can't take that away from him no matter how much of a piece of shit I think he. So, but that doesn't change the fact. None of it matters.
Thank you, Mike.
We will take our last set of questions from Mike Bond with USA Today.
Mike, just one for you. I know you said earlier you still had 20 pounds left to cut. How's the cut going? Are you at, where you want to be right now, or is this a little further behind than where you typically be at this point?
It is what it is. I have to be on weight on Friday morning. So if I have to, over the years, I think I did it a little early because
Any worry about that amount, or are you thinking it's going to be okay?
I mean, I understand hard work, so it's not really, I'm worried. I am curious if I thought that I have gotten bigger, but I know I can do it. I know I can. I work hard, and my body cooperates. I feel like I'm built properly, and that's why I can eat whatever I want most of the time. Like, really, I don't diet at all for fights anymore. I just eat whatever I want. Like this morning and I kind of like good healthy food sometimes. This morning I had a spinach wrapped egg white and turkey bacon burrito, and pretty good. And I also ran 6 miles today, and that was no sweat.
All right, well, I'll let you get to the rest of that weight then. Appreciate the time, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. That is all the questions we had for you, sir. And that concludes the UFC 255 Virtual Media Day. We would like to thank everyone for being here today and your supporting coverage. We will distribute video downloads from today's events